Like applause for Charles. Woo! Charles! We love Charles. All right. These wonderful people here to my right are our wonderful volunteers. Woo! And this is ACP's orchestra. And before we begin everything else, everybody stand up for the national anthem. And I'll pass the mic on to our wonderful singer here.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed as the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight was the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say as the star-spangled banner yet waved, and the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Heck yeah, y'all.
Okay,
I don't know.
Is Sharon doing the
No.
I got it.
You got it. All right.
Okay, where's the restroom at?
Also, if you haven't turned in your notebook, turn in your notebook.
Hey guys, how are you today? Oh, you got to get more excited than that. How are you? Kyler's going to yell at me because he's going to say I'm too close, huh? I got to scoot back here. Sorry, Kyler. Okay, so follow the red arrows to the bathrooms. Please, no food or drink in this room. Maybe water in the stands, but not food or drink. You have the pits over there. You need to watch the times. Watch and make sure that you're coming to the fields on time. Does that make sense? It's going to be a quick tournament. What do we have coming up in December? Can somebody tell me? Come on. Diamond in the Desert. It is the first SIG event in Arizona. In order to make it happen, though, I need lots of volunteers. Notebooks will be due early. They will be due on December 8th. December 8th. That does not mean that December 8th you quit working on your notebook. It just means you need to turn in your notebook so the judges can start judging, because Christmas is around the corner. I need lots and lots of volunteers. We still have spots for Arizona. If you guys want to join, we have only 8 spots left for middle school, and we're going to have 60 teams there. And we have spots for IQ and high school. I think there's 20 spots left. Now, because I know you all like to hang out together, and I know I can never kick you out of a Desert Ridge event because you're all hanging out together, we planned a New Year's Eve party for you. Tickets are on sale. If you buy them through Diamond of the Desert, you get a discount. You get all the rides, everything at Golfland. You get a balloon drop and all kinds of other stuff. But you have to sign up to do it. Does that make sense? Okay, before we start this event, please, please, please remember we have a student-centered program. So make sure that it is student-driven. Parents don't help. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to your head referee. Unless you want to say anything else.
Alrighty. Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Jeffries. I'm going to be one of your head referees today.
Hello, everybody. I'm Iowa. I will be your other head referee today.
And I've been refereeing here for, oh man, probably like 5 years at least. And I competed in VEX for about 10 years, so I kind of know what it's like to be sitting where you are right now. I just want to go over a few things here. We're not going to go over the whole game manual, but I do want to cover some highlights on the most important rules and interactions that we see in Pushback this year. So first thing is, if you ever have any questions about the game rules, you'll have an opportunity at the end of this meeting and also throughout the day when I have some free time. If I'm in the middle of the match, I can't necessarily answer questions there, but if you catch me somewhere else, I'm happy to answer questions. Yeah. All right, so first thing is, most important thing is code of conduct policy. Wendy mentioned that a little bit. Please keep that in mind while you're competing today. You need to act with integrity, honesty, and reliability. You need to be respectful and professional with every person at this event, within your team, with other teams, with volunteers, with any parent or anyone that's at this event needs to behave in a respectful and professional manner. Can I please have some quiet, please? Thank you. All right. If you notice a violation of the code of conduct or a student-centered policy, please provide any information or photo or video evidence that you have to the event partner, Sharon, the head referee, Sharon's over there waving, thank you, so one of us head referees or the judge advisor, please. All right. Queuing process is you're going to be entering through that door there, and you're going to be queuing on one of these three fields. Each one corresponds, each one of these three tables. Each one of these tables corresponds to the field that you'll be queuing on. Make sure you have the correct license plates on your robot. New thing this year, you cannot have multiple colors of license plates on your robot, even if the other color is taped up or covered or some other thing. Only one color of license plate can be on that robot at a time. So make sure you have the correct ones on before you show up to your match. Please make sure you're showing up to your match ready to play. You can't be downloading code while you're setting up on the field or anything like that. If you are, and you're not ready by the time we try and start the match, I'm going to ask you to remove your robot from the field, and you're not going to be able to participate in that match. So please come to the field with your robots ready to play. Also, you need to charge your pneumatics prior to placing your robot in the field. I don't want to get over to the field and be ready to start it, and then you start charging your pneumatics because you have a leak. If you have a leaking pneumatic system, fix the leak. You cannot pump on the field right before the match starts. That'll cause us to slow down today. One note on batteries. Since we're now like 6 years or 7 years, I think, actually, into the V5 life cycle, there's a lot of old batteries out there. If you have older batteries and newer batteries, try and make sure you use the newer batteries for matches. The older batteries tend to die earlier at a higher percentage and can make your robot stall out in the field. That's really your responsibility to manage that, so we're not going to do any replays or anything if someone's battery dies. Just a word of advice on that. All right. I'm going to hand this over to Maiwa for before the match.
All right, before the match. So before the match, make sure you guys have your phones in airplane mode. Reason for that is we want to reduce any kind of radio noise that could interfere with your robots or robots on other fields, etc. Make sure you're in a legal starting position, so your 18-inch starting size, and you're touching the barrier of your Alliance Park zone. You're not contacting any blocks except your preload. You'll get one preload. And you're not touching any other robots, goals, or loaders. Placement of the blocks can vary by plus or minus 1 inch. If you see something that needs that you want to be adjusted, let us know. Please don't reach in the field and adjust it yourself. Let us know, and we'll adjust it. Yeah. For the autonomous period, if you have any questions about who won autonomous or the bonus, let us know before driver period starts. Once driver period starts, we won't be able to do any kind of replay or anything like that. Any violations, so this is one thing to keep in mind, any violations will result in the bonus being awarded to the other team. One thing that we see often is preloads getting ejected from the loaders, so be especially careful about that. If that happens, the bonus will go to the other team. So here's something that you guys should keep in mind. This is being enforced more harshly than previous years. So if your robot crosses the autonomous line and makes contact with a robot or a block that is fully on their side of the autonomous line, that may very well escalate to disqualification. Please be careful. Don't cross the line, period. Interactions on the autonomous line can be expected. So if like incidental contact occurs, we're not going to count that, obviously. Just be sure you're careful of fully crossing over on the autonomous line onto your opponent's side. Let's see. If your robot hasn't moved at all, if your robot doesn't move during auto, once driver starts, you can turn the robot on and off, replug the battery in, plug in the radio, interact with the V5 screen to try and get your robot working. Can I have some silence, please? Can I have some silence, please? Thank you.
I need everyone to be quiet, please. Thank you.
All right. Now, during the driver control period, one thing that we see some teams do, if your robot stops moving or you disconnect or something like that, don't just unplug from the field control. That can actually cause more radio disconnection issues. And it also loses the data logs that we have for seeing why the disconnect happens. So just leave your controller plugged into the field at all times. Match loads, you can only introduce them one at a time through the top of the loader. And that's only if the balls are below the orange top cap here. If there's like a robot holding this stack up a little bit such that the ball is kind of within the orange thing, you cannot introduce additional blocks.
One more thing that we also see, make sure you're loading your blocks in one at a time. So make sure you're not stacking them. If you're stacking them, you're most likely going to be introducing two match loads. You'll have two match loads in this orange barrier, and that's an illegal match loading strategy. So please make sure you're loading in one at a time.
Yep. Also, Milo mentioned earlier, blocks getting ejected out of the loaders. It's possible when if your robot drives up to the loader with speed, it can actually shoot blocks out of the top of the loader. If even one block is ejected out of the field, that's going to be an automatic minor violation, and those can escalate to a major violation. If 3 or more blocks are removed from the field under any circumstances in the match, it'll immediately become a major violation. That's a disqualification. So please, please, please be careful when you're driving up to these loaders. Do not eject blocks from the field. Another thing that's kind of been hashed out over the Q&As of the season, when you're reaching into a goal, you better be doing it to actually score blocks or push blocks around the goal. If you extend your robot into the goal and you're not doing anything, you're essentially just using the goal as an anchor, and you're anchoring yourself to the field, which can be a major violation if it's match affecting. So please don't hang around on the inside of goals with any mechanism that you have to do that. Just score your blocks and then move on. One thing, holding. So holding rules have been modified this year. The most important thing that's changed is the maximum count that a hold or a pin or a trap can happen is 3 seconds. I will reiterate that. The maximum amount of time for a legal hold is 3 seconds, not 5 seconds this year. That is a brand new change this year. So Milo and I will be counting red 1, red 2, red 3 or blue 1, blue 2, blue 3 to indicate the color of the robot which is currently holding at the moment. If you exceed 3 seconds, that will be a violation, and that will start counting towards match affecting. There is then a 5-second, once you back away at least one field tile, there is a 5-second cooldown before that timer resets. So if you back away, so if we count, say 1, 2, you back away for 4 seconds and then go and engage that robot again, the count will resume at 3. Okay? So please, please, please remember this. Remember that there's a shorter period for holding. Don't exceed it. That being said, this is an interactive game, so defense is allowed within the bounds of the rules as long as it's not intentionally destructive, but there may still be some incidental damage and tipping and entanglement that happens in the game as part of normal gameplay. Last 20 seconds. During the last 20 seconds, you cannot directly or indirectly, so that either means through another robot or through a block, you cannot touch the opponent alliance's park zone or a robot that is within the vertical projection of that park zone. That is the outer edges of this barrier here. If their robot is within the vertical projection, so like my hand is within the vertical projection of that right now, you cannot touch that robot. If you do, and it's intentional, strategic, egregious, or match affecting, it can be considered a major violation and thus a DQ. All right, at the end of the match, sure, I think most of you have probably competed before, but if you haven't, remember, at the end of the match, do not touch anything on the field. Do not touch your robot, do not touch any scored blocks. Put your controller down and wait for the scorekeepers to score the field. Prior to saving the scorekeepers will approach each alliance and have them look over the score and confirm that the score as presented on the tablets matches what's on the field. Once you have confirmed that score, the scorekeeper will then save it. After that point, if you have some dispute about the score of the field, do it then. You need to bring it up then. Once it's saved and once you've confirmed the score, we can't go back and change it because after that the field's going to be reset. We can't go back and review footage. We are live streamed today. I know many of you will go back and review your own matches. The rules specifically prohibit us referees from looking at any footage. We have to go off of what we saw and what our scorekeepers saw during the match. If there's a violation during the match, either Mayo and I will come to you and talk to you and tell you what the violation was, what rule it was, and whether it's a minor or major violation. If you have any questions about that ruling at that time, you can bring it up to us. But ultimately, at some point, we will have our final decision. And then the last thing here is if you want to dispute a score ruling. So if you want to dispute the score, if you have a question about a ruling during a match or something that happened in the match, you need to dispute it immediately. So you need to stay within the alliance station, and you need to get our attention because once the field is reset and the state of the field has happened and everyone's moved on, we can't go back and like try and relitigate something because we can't look at the field to understand what's going on. So we need to have those conversations before the field is reset, not 3 matches later. And one thing I will note, because it's a student-centered competition, the student drive team members at that match are the ones who need to be appealing that ruling if there is an appeal. You can't have a drive member, you can't have a team member from outside the match come in, you can't have coaches, no parents. Please, students at the student drive team members at the match need to be the ones appealing those rulings. And one other couple things, during alliance selection, we'll get to that later on in the afternoon, but during alliance selection, if you're using a phone to like check scouting lists or anything like that, it has to be in airplane mode, and we'll ask you to demonstrate that. And also, if for whatever reason your robot cannot make it to the match, like you can't compete, it's broken, something like that, you need to bring the robot to the field and just have it sit on the side there in order to not receive a no-show. A no-show means that you'll receive no win points, it's essentially the same as a disqualification. You'll receive no win points, no strength schedule points, no auton points, or anything like that. If your robot's broken, you can't compete, that's all right. Just bring it out to the field and leave it there for the entire match. After that, you can take it back and keep on fixing it. All right. I think that's about it. Do we have the schedule here? Do we have the match schedule? Okay, this is final? Okay. All right, so I'm going to read off the teams in the first 3 matches here. I need you guys to come and get set up on the field immediately. That is for match 1, that's team 66556Z, 1511X, 6030B, 52430D. For match 2, it's 34716C, 34716A, 52430B, 6030J, 34716Z, 52430E, 52430C, 47510S. Actually, sorry, one more thing. Does anyone have any pressing questions, actually? I forgot to kind of mention that. Does anyone have any questions here before we fully wrap this up? No? Okay, that's the first. All right. Good luck, everyone. Pick me next time if I forget that. Okay, thank you. Are we distributing those to the pits, or?
Yeah.
Qualification round number 1 over here on field 1. Also for competitors, skills is open right there on that field. That's to my left. That's the skills field. It's right back there. This is qualification round number 1 over here on field 1.
Do you know how to do this? Like, what's this? Oh. You're so smart. Thank you.
Go 665 SSE. Where's your partner?
Hey, Nexus, 1511X, if you guys are in here, we need you here on field 1. That's 1511X Nexus. All right, this is qualification number 1. On the Red Alliance, we have 6655 6Z Nameless and 1511X Nexus. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 6030B The Blacksmiths and 52430D Eclipse. Auto in 3, 2, 1. Going to auto 60, that 66, 55, 6 loads up, gets a few in there, puts one in, just barely touches that. Blue misses 2 of the center goals. Red goes in, takes that, puts 1 in, just misses the other 2, reloads themselves again, gets 1 in there, gets 4 in their intake, shoots all 4 in, but does put that blue in, ending auto. Going to drivers, we're seeing a lot of clash between red and blue over there by that one going in. No, nobody's really getting any in their intake. That 1511X pushes a few in, gets that in. Alrighty, goes in. Blue's really over there, not getting any in their intake. 66-55, 6Z on the Red Alliance goes, puts 2 in that center, and they do have control over that one and the center control on the other long goals. Both control over both the long goals. Knocks one of them out, but does have 2 on the bottom. Little 66-55, 6Z on the Red Alliance is really trying to struggle to put a few in their intake. They're reloading, gets it in their intake, but Blue is doing some blocking them from that long goal. They go to the other side, manage to put them in, put 1 in, misses the other one. Blue does block them on that. 1511X on the Red Alliance has 2 in their intake, isn't really moving, trying to look around, puts 1 up on there. All right, cool. 66-55Z on the Red Alliance goes, puts that, studs 1 in their intake, goes for the middle. They do have control over that one long goal and the center control on the other long goal, and both controls over the top middle and bottom middle. Misses that one, accidentally knocks one of their own goals out there. Last 25 seconds here. 1511X and the blue bot, that's 52-43-0D. A lot of clashing over there. Does push that in there. 1511X and the Red Alliance trying to block them from in there. Blue looks like they're going for the park, but their teammate is blocking them. Last 10 seconds here now. Red does have that little bit. Now, Red has the control over that long goal and the other long goal and both the top and middle bottoms. Red's going for that park, but just barely misses it. Our field 2 here. This is qualification round number 2 on field 2. On the Red Alliance, we have 34-7-16C and 34-7-16A. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 52-43-0B and 60-30J. Auto in 3, 2, 1. Going autonomous. Red goes over there. Blue picks up a few in their intake, goes for that center, but other blue bot does put 2 on that top middle and goes back to reload. Both teams aren't reloading. Other red blue bot is just missing up. Both the red bots aren't really moving here. And at the end of auto, blue misses both of those, and that's the end of auto. Blue takes auto. Drivers? Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going to drivers now. Blue does have that lead. Red puts 1 in their intake. 52-43-0B on the Blue Alliance. Gets it all in their intake just by barely. And 60-30J misses that one block. 52-43B ejects a lot of those blocks in their intake now. 34-71-6C manages to put 2 before the blue knocks them out of the way. Now, the other red bot isn't really moving. I don't see how the blue bot is red bot's going to be able to put it directly in their intake. That's 34-7-16A on the Red Alliance is going in there, just standing next to the parking. Now, Blue still does have that 2 on that center, but they're not really putting any more in one of the long goals. Red just have 2 in a long goal, but they don't have any in the middle or the other long goal. The other long goal here is pretty uncontested thus far. Let's see if neither team goes for it. We're in the last few minutes. 52-43. B on the Blue Alliance managed to put 3 blocks into that long goal, and they have that 2 on the top middle center control. Now, Blue is really extending its lead that they got from Adhan here. A lot of clashing right there between red and blue over there by that reload station. 34-7-16. C on the Red Alliance still has 2 blocks in its intake, but Blue is trying to do some good defense on them, knocking them out of the way, not letting them get close to that long goal while it does have control over the long goal itself. Now we're seeing a lot of clashing between both of those now, but Blue managed to get out of it. Cool. Blue has 2 right there. Last 20 seconds here. Blue has 2 right there on the long goal, 2 right there on the middle goal, 3 on the long goal. Red has 2 on one long goal and 1 block on the other one. Blue on the last few seconds managed to get that little bit in. Seeing a big traffic jam over here. The other red bot, that's 34-7-16. A on the Red Alliance hasn't really moved for this entire game. Blue puts last 2 in, and that's how the game ends. All right, this is qualification round number 3 on field 3. All right, on the Red Alliance, we have 34-7-16Z and 52-43-0E. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 52-43-0C and 47-51-0S. All right, we're good for auto. Auto in 3, 2, 1. Going into autonomous, 47-51. That's 47-51-05 on the Blue Alliance goes. Gets that in there. Blue is really struggling to get it out of their intake and into the middle, but 2 does go in. Blue goes in, puts that in there. That's 1 on the long goal and 2 on the middle, and that's the end of Adhan. All right, red takes auto. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going into the drivers, blue has those blocks in the center and in the long goal. Will they be capitalizing on that? The 4751-0S on the blue alliance puts 2, 3, 4 in their intake, goes and picks up another one. Will be going for a long goal. 52-30 on the 52-43 on the red alliance is really struggling to get it in their intake now. They don't have a very good setup with that intake, but will they be going for a few in? Blue does have 6 blocks on one of the long goals and that center control, and 2 on the center top middle. 52-30C on the blue alliance has a very mixed jumble of blocks in their intake, but will they be putting anything in? Blue is really trying to get that reload in. They're putting a few more blocks in. Will they be going for that long goal? Goes back to the long goal, put in a few in, pushes in completely, goes in, has basically uncontested complete control over one of the long goals. Blue's really getting that lead up now. 52-30, 52-43-0C on the blue alliance still has that mixed jumble. We're seeing a lot of clashing between both of the 52-43-0C bots from blue and red. Now, blue does manage to get one of the blocks into a long goal, but they're struggling to put anything else because red does have the defense. But while red is distracted by that blue bot, the other blue bot is able to put 4 blocks in on the long goal, just barely misses that center control. Now, still a lot of clashing. Blue puts a few more in. They have 6 or 7 right there on that long goal. Gets that center control. They have center control of both of them. Nobody's really contesting the bottom center here. In the last 20 seconds of the round, let's take an example of a look at what's going on here. Now, blue does have control of both of the long goals and 2 on top middle. Red hasn't been able to get really anything in here, but they did get that little bit of auton bonus last 5 or so seconds here. 2 red blocks goes in, but so do 5 blue blocks. Now they managed to knock one of the blue blocks out, and that's the end of that round. All right, back to field 1 for qualification round number 4. On the red alliance, we have 34716X and 52430A. And on the blue alliance, we have 9636A and 6677AX. Red ready, blue ready. All right, good for Audon. Audon in 3, 2, 1. All right, going into autonomous. That's 9636A on the blue alliance. Goes stutters around there, right there. Goes and tries to put one in. They get a few in on their intake. Other blue bot isn't moving. Neither is 52430A on the blue red alliance. None of the red alliance bots are really moving here. Blue's really struggling on that, and that was a tie for Auton. Going into drivers. Good.
Driver control.
Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going into autonomous, both teams rush forward. Now the red bot there is only looking about going forward and backwards here, but 9636A on the blue alliance does manage to get 2 in. The other blue bot is getting a few in their intake. They have 3 in their intake now. Red bot's hacking them around here, trying to prevent them from getting access to the center or middle goals, but Now, the game's going to be a little bit difficult for the Red Alliance here because when they focus on one, the other blue bot is going to be able and put a few more in on that long goal, and we're seeing that happening here. That's the 34-7-16 on the Red Alliance. Doesn't seem to be really bothering either of the blue bots all that much. Blue does get a few more in on their intake, but are they going to go for that long goal? Over here, 66-77 AX on the Blue Alliance. That's Access. Managed to get 5 blocks onto a long goal. Now, going into the last minute or so of the game here, Blue has a lot of blocks in their intake. Don't know if they're going to be able to get that in the long goals, though. But they do have 5 control over here and the center control for that one. And 2 on a long goal over there. Now, 96-36A on the Blue Alliance. Puts 3 in. Knocks that a little bit one in. Drops another one. 66-77 8X on the Blue Alliance. Gets another one in. They get 2 and 3 and 4 in. That's 5 in total. 5 plus that 3 is 8. They have 8 blocks and the center control for that one. Really boosting them here. 96-36A kind of does them a disservice because they do slam in 2 blue-red blocks in there, but I don't think those 2 blue-red blocks are going to matter all that much as in the last 20 seconds of the game there. They just barely by a hair managed to stuff another one in. Now, take your attention to the middle goals here. On top, Blue does have 3, and they have 1 on the bottom. I don't think Red's been able to score one of their own goals. The blue bot, that's 66-77X on the AX on the Blue Alliance Access. Knocks it in the center, takes that center right there. 96-36A in the last 3 seconds of the game. Does take the bottom and the top from the middle, and that's how the game ends. All right, this is Field 2, qualification number 5. On the Red Alliance, we have all right, on the Red Alliance, we have 34-71 6B, Aeronova Robotics, and 96-36C, Ben Thinkin. On the Blue Alliance, we have 47-51 0M, MXM, and 26-27 ED Motorized. Auto in 3, 2, 1. All right, going to Autonomous. The red bot goes in, really tries to pick one up, gets 1 in their intake, doesn't get any more. Blue does put 2 in there. That's pretty monumental for them. Gets them that little lead they need for Auton. Misses the other ones and stalls next to that one. Last few seconds here, Red goes ramming into the side of the fence. Blue's trying to climb that, and that's the end of Auton. Blue takes on. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going on auto. Blue does have that lead. They reload up a few blocks for themselves and puts 2 in, 1 in, 2 and 3 in. 3 in. They still do have that 2 from the lead and Autonomous. Now, 47-55, 51M, 0M on the Blue Alliance. Stumbles 1 in. They still have 3 in their intake. Gets another 1 in. Misses 1. Are they going to go for that 2? Now, 34-71 6B is doing some defense around them, preventing them from accessing that long goal. Now, they're doing a bit of clashing here. Now, while we're taking our attention away from that, Blue does manage to get a few more in on that long goal. Taking a look at here, it looks like they have around 7 or 8 blue blocks in that long goal. They do have the center control. Both on the Blue Alliance manages to take the center control for their respective long goals and top middle for that extra bit of the points. A lot of clash here between red and blue over there by the double negative corner here. 26-27E goes running off. They still have 1 in their intake. Trying to slam a few more in. Gets 1 more in. Now, 96-36Z is doing some pushback here, as the name would suggest. Now, they again managed to push 2 in, but blue is doing a fantastic job of blocking them from getting any more blocks in. But again, a lot of clashing here between red and the blue over here by the double positive corner. The blue still has 5 blocks in on that long goal. Blue manages to knock out the 2 red blocks that the red managed to go, getting red back to square 0. 26-20E on the Blue Alliance doing a pretty good defense, preventing them from getting any more blocks in. But last 20 seconds of the game here, if you're taking a look at the field, Blue has 5 on 1 long goal, 2 on the top center control, and about a full stack here on that long goal. Last 10 seconds. Red does manage to get 1 block on the lower middle, and we're in the last 5 seconds here. Let's see how the last 5 seconds play out. And both sides are doing that. 26-27E on the blue goes for that part. Don't know if they got it, though. That's how the game ends. All right, here on field 3 for qualification number 6. 6 or 7. Alrighty, on the Red Alliance, we have 880X Nailed and 3060M Mages. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 47510s S Quasar and 34716C Aero Maniac Titan. Red team ready. Blue Alliance ready. Autonomous in 3, 2, 1. Going in autonomous, take a look at 880X. Really gets the few in their intake. Goes for that center. Gets the bottom center. Just misses too barely. 880X goes for that reload on that. Reload jams again. Doesn't manage getting a long goal. Blue and red does manage getting it. Blue does have that little bit of center control, and it looks like autonomous. Or after Onto. Auton is a tie. Already going in. Going into drivers in 3, 2, 1. Going to driver 880X does get that reload in. Blue is blocking them from getting into long. Just slams them out right as they're about to put some in. Now, other blue bot 47510S on the Blue Alliance goes. Managed to put it in. Knocks the blue red out of that, getting that center control. But they look like they're like about tied for that center. But knocks him out of the way now. Blue managed to put in. That's like 8, 9, 10. 10 blue blocks there. Red puts their own in, gets 3 in, but that's not enough. Red slams them out. Now Red has control of that center point. Goes in for the reload. 880X has that in there. Drops out almost all of it instantly. Udiyat does not look happy now. 880X on the Red Alliance goes. Picks up some more. Tries to get some more on their intake. Blue is slamming them on the control, on the both control and amount of blocks here on that blue. Now, they do manage to knock that. Red accidentally knocks out their own blocks, just allowing blue to go in and kind of cuck them and put some more in. 880X on the Red Alliance has blue and red blocks in their intake, but will they be able to get in any on the long goal? Goes in, slams in 3 red blocks, goes, turns around. Will they be going for that slam out? Goes in, misses, knocks a few out. They're knocking out balls left and right. 630M on the Red Alliance goes and misses, isn't able to get in that reload. Goes for that center. Last 30 seconds of the game here. Blue looks like it's leading 59-30. Will Red be able to bring it back in the last 20 seconds here? 34-7 SL16C on the Blue Alliance goes, puts a few more in there now. 880X on the Red is trying to knock in a few more. They take that bottom center, but Blue is still slamming on that long goal. Going into the last 10 seconds of the game, knocks out the red blocks on this long goal here. Still has that center control now. As we're deep in the end game here, I really do think that the center control they get in there on the Blue is really going to hurt Red. And at the end, well, both sides going for that park, just barely in, and that's the end of qualification round number 6. Going from 6 to 7. All right, qualification round number 7 on field 1. On the Red Alliance, 52-43-0D Eclipse and 26-27E Demotorized. And on the Blue Alliance, 34-71-6Z Archer Brainiacs and 52-43-0B Boundless. Having a few mechanical difficulties here over on the field. Both teams here are setting up for auto. Red good. Blue good. Auto in 3, 2, 1. All right, going into autonomous 52-43D. Misses there on an intake. Blue puts one in. Goes sliding out. Neither team is able to get really anything in. 26-27E goes in. 52-43B sounds like a jet engine. Gets a few into their intake. Are they going to make it into the long goal? And that's the end of Auton. Auto is a tie going into drivers. Are we good? Drivers in 3, 2, 1. Going into drivers. Neither the team has that lead. 26-27 ED motorized on the Red Alliance. Gets that in there. It's in their intake. Manages to slide 2 of them in there. They're tied neck for neck on that long goal over there. Now, 52-43D on the Red Alliance goes. Tries to play some defense. Knocks 52-43B back in. 52-43B is trying to go for that reload. Misses. Now they're doing a lot of clashing over here. Red is knocking a few more out. 26-27E goes in. They put around 7 in there on that. Takes the center control. Blue is just hanging on that little ledge there on that long goal. Now Red is trying to put a few more in. I don't know if they're going to try and knock it out. Now pay a bit more attention here to 52-43-0D on the Red Alliance. They're contesting the other long goal. We're having about a minute left here now. Neither team is really neither team is really conflicting over the middle goal or the other long goal. There's been a lot of conflict over the long goal over there. Looks like red is coming out on top. Blue's got to capitalize on all the attention placed on the other long goal. Puts 2 in there. 52-30 D on the Red Alliance. Does manage to put in some of that defense, but which allows their teammate to put 4 blocks on that long goal. All right, last 30 seconds of the game here. We have, red does have that center control on both of the goals right here. They have about 6 or 7 on the, one of the long goals there, and they have 4 on another long goal. They're trying to knock out that block. We're into the end game here. Red has that control over the top middle, has control over both the long goals, but I don't know if blue is going to be able to bring it back. Blue does still have 3 blocks over there in total on the field, but red is really outclassing them on how they're getting in the last few seconds here. 26-27 E gets that in there, barely unable to knock that out. Neither team goes for the park, and that's the end of qualification round number 7. Moving to the right over here, this is field 2, qualification round number 8. All right, on the Red Alliance, we have 47510M, M by X, and 52430C, Dumpster Fire. And Blue Alliance, we have 66556Z, Nameless, and 66778X, Axis. Red good. Blue good. Aton. Aton in 3, 2, 1. Going into autonomous portion. Neither red goes in, stutters a little bit, gets that in. Are they going to go for that? Blue immediately goes in, puts 1 block in on that long goal, goes for the center. They're clashing over. Looks like red is coming up on top on that center middle, but nobody's contesting that long goal. Last 2 seconds. Blue slams in 3 blocks. Looks like blue is going to... Judges are conferencing over which team takes that Auton bonus. Blue takes Auton, going into drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going into drivers here, 66-55-6Z on the Blue Alliance slams out all of the red blocks. Red is reloading, getting a few in, really stumbling over how to get it in their intake. 57-5-10M on the Red Alliance goes. They have 4 blocks on their intake, 5 blocks, misses 2 of them, has 3, and Blue has that control bonus on the long goal over there. Now, they do have control over the top center and the bottom center now, and they have 1 goal on the other long goal, but will they be going for a more? They slam out one of the blocks, slams back 47-51-0M on the Red Alliance, prevents it, doing some fantastic defense work, preventing them from getting any blocks in. Now, 66-77-8X on the Blue Alliance, gets in 3 of the goals right there, puts in a few more, has a red one in their intake. Wow, that sounds like jet engine. All right, somebody's track goes flying there, 52-43-0C on the Red Alliance goes, has a few in their intake, isn't really moving. Last minute or so of the game here. Looks like Blue has total control over one of the long goals, has control over top center and bottom center. Just going in there, sort of rubbing salt in the wound, taking a few more blocks on that long goal. They have around 9 on that one, 9 on the other one, 3 on top and 3 on bottom. Looks like red doesn't have any blocks anywhere. Blue did a really good job earlier of slamming all of the, slamming a few of the red blocks out of the way. Still has total control over all the long blocks. 52-43C on the Red Alliance isn't really moving. They do have 4 on there. 57-51-0M is flexing out their wings. Last 10 seconds. Are they going to go and try and knock out all of the red-blue blocks? Goes in. Oh. Blue knocks out a few of their own blocks, but they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, around 11 or 12 blocks on a long goal over there. Full stack here. 66-55-60 goes for that park, and that's the end of round 8. Further right here to field 3 for qualification round number 9. All right, qualification round number 9 on field 3. On the Red Alliance, we have 6030M Mages and 52430A Botzilla. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 9636 Seaman Thinking and 3471 6A Maricopa Aerotech. Blue ready? Red ready, blue ready. It's on in 3, 2, 1. Going autonomous, 6030M on the Red Alliance. Goes, gets a few in the intake. Going for that bottom. Do they manage to get the bottom in? Doesn't manage to get the bottom in. Goes for the reload. Goes in and gets none and goes back. Goes for the long goal and misses both of them. That's the end of autonomous. Auto is a tie. Going into drivers in 3, 2, 1. Our driver in control, 9636C on the Blue Alliance goes for that reload. Gets a few in their intake. 6030M on the Red Alliance has 3 in their intake right there. Will they be going for a long goal? 9636C on the Blue Alliance has 2 blocks in their intake, but I don't know if they're going to be managing to put a few in here. The other blue bot isn't really able to get anything in. They lost their reload somehow. Now 52430A on the Red Alliance gets 1 block in on a long goal. That gives them that enough bit of a buffer lead here. 6030M on the Red Alliance gets 2 blocks in. The other 9636C on the Blue Alliance gets 1 block in. 6030M gets in 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 6 blocks right there on that onto that long goal. Don't know if they're going to take that center control though. 52430A on the Red Alliance. Now they have 1 block in their intake. They do have 1 block on that long goal, but it doesn't look like they're really able to get anything in from here. 6030M on the Red Alliance has a few in their intake here, but I'm not sure if they're going to go for a long goal. Looks like they're going for that top center here. Gets 1 in, gets 2 in, knocks 1 out, still has 1 in, gets the second one in, has 2 on that. They do have a pretty crazy lead here, 40-8 it looks like. 6 goals on 1 long goal, 2 on the bottom, 2 on the top, 1 on the long goal. Has that lead right there. 9636C on the Blue Alliance tries to put 1 in there, but is really unable to get in. Last 20 seconds. We're into the intake here. Doesn't look like anybody's playing for a park as of now. 6030M on the Red Alliance has a few more in their intake. Are they going to go for a bottom or a long goal? 1 comes flying out. 6030M goes in. Last few seconds, 5 seconds here. Misses. Heartbreak misses that. Tries to put that in and gets 1 in right as the game ends. And that's round of qualification, round number 9. Trucks are bad. All right, back to field 1 here for qualification round number 10. Red Alliance, we have 9636A still thinking, and 880X nailed. On the Blue Alliance, we have 52430E Infinitrix and 1511X Nexus. Put a smile on that face, Udiat. You're happy to be here. You love being here. You love playing VEX Robotics. Blue ready. Red ready. Going into auto in 3, 2, 1. All right, going autonomous. 800EX puts in 3 more onto their intake. 4 in total. Goes for the top middle. Manages to go in. Puts 2 in. Misses the other 2. Doesn't put the other 2 in. Goes for the reload. Misses the reload. Very sad. 1511X managed to put 1 in. Just misses that center control, and that's the end of autonomous. It's on, and auto goes to red. Going into drivers. All right, going to drivers here. 9636A on the Red Alliance has that lead right there. Doesn't put in anything else. 800EX on the Red Alliance has 2 more in their intake. Puts 2 more in, but managed also to put 1 blue in. Blue sort of slamming them back right there. Gets 3 blue and 1 blue on the other side here. Red is uncontested when it comes to the middle and other long goal, but blue does a monumental play. Puts 6, 7 in there. Knocks out a red bull. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It looks like about 8 blue blocks around a long goal here. 9636A on the Red Alliance is putting their own blocks in there, but 880X is getting slammed back. Misses a few of their there. Blue's doing a pretty good job of playing defense here. 880X here. Udia doesn't look very happy playing for them. 880X goes in, tries to go for the sweep. Heartbreak for blue. Their blocks goes flying, but is this enough for the red to come back? Red does have center control on a long goal. A lot of clashing here between the other long goal. This is on the front half of that match here. Last 45 seconds of the round here. 9636A has a ton of blocks in their intake, but are they putting them in? Puts 2 in, puts 3 in, 3 in. Will they be going forward? 4, puts 4 in. 4 blocks, but blue does still have that center control, but will that be enough? Last 30 or so seconds of the game. Red has crazy control over middle. Blue has 1 on the bottom, knocks 1 out, but still has 3 here. Red goes, knocks out almost all of the blue blocks here there. That was a monumental play here. Last 20 seconds. Red has control of 1 of the long goal centers, but Red's doing crazy defense, preventing them from being able to get anywhere in. Other long goals goes uncontested for the Red. Has that center control. Nathan Butcherhardy looks pretty cute right now, and they do have that top control right there. Takes that bottom, 2 on bottom, 3 on top, and that's the end of qualification round number 10. All right, this is field 2 for qualification round number 11. Hello. All right, here for qualification round number 11. Alrighty, on the Red Alliance, we have 6030J and 6030B. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 34716B and 34716X. All right. Red and blue ready? All right. Red ready, blue ready, going into auto. Going into auto in 3, 2, 1. All right, going into autonomous here. 6030J puts one on the bottom, misses the other one. 6030B on the Red Alliance goes, isn't really moving. Preload isn't really moving. Neither of the blue bots are moving here. 6030J just misses that block on the long gold, but it should still be enough for top. Red takes auto bonus, going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. Going to drivers here. 6030J on the Red Alliance goes, gets one in their intake, misses the other one, and other blue red bot isn't really moving. 34716X on the Blue Alliance is really just going back and forth here, not really able to do anything, but that should be enough for them to sort of block. Maybe they'll be able to block one out. 6030J on the Red Alliance goes and puts 2 blocks in there. The last one is just handed in by a hair. 6030J on the Red Alliance goes, picks up a few blue blocks but drops them. Not a lot of action going here in the middle. Now our team is really contesting the other long goal. Looks like 6030J and the Red Alliance is just focusing on getting some more blocks over there on that long goal, which should be enough right now in the game, as looking at the blue bots, they're not very responsive to what's going on that long goal. Not a lot of action going on here, folks, but 6030J does have one in their intake. Don't know if they're going for it. Looks like they're going for the top, maybe. Goes in position to go for top. Goes in, lines it up, but doesn't go in. Goes in smoothly. 1 on the center. 2 on the long goal. Last 45 seconds of the game here, folks. 6030J on the Red Alliance does still have 1 on their intake, but it doesn't look like they've been able to score any goals. Blue's making a pretty good play here. They're managing to put a few of their own blocks in on that bottom center. Maybe this will break or make the game for them. Blue has pretty solid control over the bottom center. Looks like they're trying to put even more in, but will that be enough to beat Red's control over there? We're going into the end game here. Now they have 4 blocks there on that 4 blocks there for the center bottom. Red does have 1 in the center and 2 on it. Last few seconds, Red managed to slam in 1 more of their blocks on a long goal, just hanging in there by Sliver, and that's the end of qualification round number 11. All right, the results for qualification round number 10 has been on the board. It went 89-11 for the Red Alliance. Farther right here into field number 3 for qualification round 12. All right, and results for qualification round 11 are out. It went 33-18 for blue. Sorry, for red. Sorry. Qualification round number 12. On the Red Alliance, we have 34-716C and 52-43-0C. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 96-36C and 15-11X on the Nexus. Red Alliance, good. Blue Alliance, good. Auto. All right, auto in 3, 2, 1. Going autonomous here, 52-43C on the Red Alliance goes, gets it in our intake. Are they going to go for it? Blue managed to get 3 of their blocks on that bottom center. That's a pretty good play for early game now. Red managed to get in 1. Looks like they've stalled. 34-716C on the Red Alliance isn't really moving. 96-36C and the Blue Alliance clashes in, and that's the end of autonomous. Blue takes the auto bonus going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. Drivers goes in, 34-17C on the Red Alliance goes shooting forward, gets 1 on their intake. Red does manage to take 3. No, that's just 2. Just 2 on the top middle here. Red goes in. Are they going to go for that? Reload goes in, just barely missing it, unable to go in for that. Picks up 1, picks up 1, misses the second one. Blue's making a pretty big play here, manages to put 4 of their blocks over there on a long goal. They take the center control uncontested. Blue still has the autonomous bonus, which is really looking good for them. Red matches that move, puts 4 in the long goal in there, but man, it doesn't manage to get that center control like how Blue does. 96 here, 96-36C on the Blue Alliance goes, has 1 of their intake, but will they be going for a long goal or one of the middle goals? Red is pushing a few of them out, looking pretty even. Never mind, knocks out the Blue goals. Blue loses that little bit of blocks they had from the auto. Red and Blue are looking increasingly more and more even. Red still does have that control bonus for that long goal there. Now, but so does Blue, so they're pretty evenly matched when it comes to that. Both Red and Blue have blocks over there on top and center bottom, but center Red does have control over top and control over bottom. Blue only has 1 block there now. Blue has 4 over there on the long goal right there, but Red does have 6 on that long goal over there. They have that center control from 1 of the 1 blocks there. Red is trying to play in some more defense. They're putting 3 more blocks on that long goal. Despite Blue having that pretty good autonomous bonus, looks like Red is really making a comeback. They put 2 more blocks on that center, takes that center top, takes that long goal over there. Blue still does have the autonomous bonus for the long goal over there, but is that enough to make up for the autonomous bonus? Is that enough to make up for the sheer amount of Red blocks on the field here? Let's see how this goes. Red goes for the park. Don't know if they're managed to be successful. And in the last 2 seconds of the game, that's how qualification round number 12 ends. Going into qualification round number 13. All right, qualification round number 13 on the Red Alliance. We have 26-27E and 34-716X. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 880X and 34-716A. Hey, what do you got? Smile. Hey, Nathan, let me see that cute smile of yours. Red bot finally comes in. 2627. 2627. 267. All right, red ready? Blue ready, red ready, going for the autonomous in 3, 2, 1. 880X on the blue lines, goes, gets the blocks in, all the way going for the long goal, goes to the long goal, puts one in, misses the second one. 880X on the blue lines, picks up all of those blocks, going for the center. 26-27, he is just barely missing that. 880X puts in, misses all three. All right, drivers in 3, 2, 1. Going to drivers there. Red, blue just has that tiny bit of the lead. D-mode, rise 26-27 on the red alliance, goes in, puts slams in 3 blocks, misses the last one. No, last one hangs on by just a hair. Now, blue does still have that little bit of lead. Now they do have one in the top center. Really fast, speedy reload here from red. Gets it in there, just barely missing it in their intake. Red goes in, monumental, puts in about 8 blocks right there, takes that center control. Will red going for that sweep? Red's going to try and go for that sweep, but blue is sitting right in front of them, telling them, no, you don't get that sweep. Now, the red bot still, red is able to slam a few more in. Now, this is a really pushback. Looks like they're tied for that center there. Will red be going for a sweep? 26-27 on the red alliance goes, tries to knock him out. More defense from blue, really large clash, and both teams are just sitting there and waiting for the other team to give up. All right, 34-7-16X on the blue-red alliance isn't really moving, and neither is the 34-7-16 A block right on the red alliance. Going for that sweep again. Pretty good, really, really good defense coming here from the both sides right there, preventing the other side. Looks like blue still does have more points on that long goal and that little bit of lead from earlier. Speedy reload. Red's been having some pretty fast reloads here, getting that in now. Red still looks like blue. They're pretty tied for that. No, red takes the sort of control there. 880X on the blue alliance is sort of confused and not really moving there. Now, 880X is fighting for their lives, preventing them doing anything to prevent that little bit of sweep from the red alliance. They've driven the red alliance ball all the way over to the other side. Unable to move. Red 2620E is just staying there. Neither of the other blue-red bots are really moving, and that's the end of that round. That was a pretty nice round to watch there, guys. Nathan looks pretty happy here. Nathan, say something to the mic.
Hello.
All right, a little bit right here to qualification round number 14. Right here, qualification round number 14. On the red alliance, we have 6030J and 52430D. And on the blue alliance, we have 34716B and 52430E. Red ready, blue ready. All right, auto ready. Auto going in 3, 2, 1. Going autonomous here. 6030J on the red alliance goes, takes that bottom, misses both of the bottom here. Now the other red bot isn't really moving. Neither of the other two blue bots. Auto isn't really that exciting right here. 30J on the red alliance goes, misses another red block, and that's the end of autonomous. Autonomous is a tie. Going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. Now, driver controls, both teams' technique is really going to try and sort of swing in here. Now, the red bot does have a few in their intake. Neither side has that bonus from auto, so let's see how it's based entirely on how the teams play during auto drivers here. 5230, 5243-0 on the red alliance goes zooming around here. They have 3 on their intake. Will they be going for a center? They go for the center. 5243 knocks them out of the way. One of the blocks goes flying out here. 6030J on the red alliance has 1 in their intake, trying to pick up a few more. Are they going to go for that reload or not? Neither side is really able to put any goals in right here. 52430E's battery is just completely loose here. 6030J on the red alliance goes in. Red, blue managed to slide in a few more blocks here on that bottom. A lot of clashing over here between both of the red and the blue blocks over here by the positive corner. All right. Most of the action right now is happening on the center. Now, blue and red both have 2 blocks. They're foot with foot right there on that bottom middle. Now, neither team is really contesting into the long goals. We've got about a minute so far in here, and neither team has been able to get in a few blocks on those long goals. And all I've got to say is both teams get a lock in. 5243-0D on the red alliance has none on their intake. 6030J looks like they're trying to fit in one more onto the bottom, but will they be able to get that in? They're unable to get that in. 5233D on the red alliance misses that one. Now 6030J on the red alliance goes, drops that one, goes for the park. Last 10 seconds here. Both red and the blue goes for the park. A lot of collision over here by the positive corner. Last 3 seconds of the game here, and no, there's been no goals, no scoring on any of the long goals. What an interesting round. All right, farther right here in the field 3 for qualification round number 15. On the red alliance, we have 5230B Boundless and 47510 Esquisar. And on the blue alliance, we have 52430A Patilla and 47510M MXM. Alrighty. Red and blue are both ready. Going into auto. Auto in 3, 2, 1. Both teams goes. Red Alliance goes flying off into autonomous. 475, 4751, 0S. Gets a few in their intake. Red takes that center for that top middle. 3, 4, 4 of the blue. Red Alliance's blocks goes in. One more block goes in for 52, 43, 0. B, pretty clean sweep. Red Alliance. Red takes Auton going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right. Going into drivers here. Red already has that huge lead. Let's see if blue can bring it back here. 47-10. That's on the Red Alliance. Has 3 on their intake. One of the red bots. Man, blue bots manages to get a block into one of those long goals, but will they be able to get any more? 2 blocks on the for a long goal. 3 blocks. 3 blue blocks on one of those long goals. 1 more block on one of the centers. Now, 47-51, 0 on the blue. Red Alliance gets that center control. Gets in around at 9 blocks. All right, about 30 seconds into the game here now. Oh, Red's making a big play over here. Blue is just hanging on by edge, and blue goes off the field. Red has complete control over one of the long goals here. All right, last minute here, guys. Red has complete control over one of the long goals. Gets that center control. Now Red and blue are both pretty neck for neck on that top middle, but over here on the other long goal in the positive side of the field, Red is putting a few more in. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11 or so blocks going straight in there compared to the 3 blue. They take that center control. They have center control on both of the sides here. Blue is going to try and knock a few out. 52, 43, 0A on the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance goes in, tries to put one of the blocks in there, but misses. Slamming into the goal, trying to get a few more of the red blocks out, but it's pretty fruitless at this point. All right, going into the last 20 seconds. We're in the end game now. Let's do a basic analysis of how the round's gone so far. Now, Red has complete control over one of the long goals. They get that center control. Fantastic for them. Now, they have 2 blocks over there on top middle. Blue has 1. Going to the positive side corner long goal. Red has control of the center control, gets the center control, has their blocks in the long goal, while blue only has 3, and that's the end of qualification round number 15. All right, left here over to field 1 for qualification round number 16. Study for an English. Yeah. Well, I mean, I also like. All right, qualification round number 16 on the Red Alliance. We have 6030B and 9636A. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 34716Z and 6030M. Red ready. Alrighty, we're good for auto. Auto in 3, 2, 1. Going into autonomous here, 9636A on the Red Alliance goes in, picks up a few. No side's able to really get any blocks in here. 6030M on the Blue Alliance really struggling to get any blocks in. Slow turns over there. Red has 3 in their intake, but are unable to get any in. And it looks like auto is going to go as a... Auto is a tie. Going to drivers. Going to drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going to drivers here. They're 6030M on the Blue Alliance. Picks up a few. Goes for that reload. Now, Red manages to get one block into the long goal, 2 blocks in the long goal, but don't have any more in there now. Neither side is really contesting the other long goal here. 6030M on the Blue Alliance does a wild spin over there onto the long goal. Will they be contesting that? They put their own 2, 3, 4. Go, will it be a 5, 6? 6, will it be a 7? 6, 7 in there. Takes that center control here. Now there's 7 blue blocks in on there, has that center control, and 2 red blocks. Red puts in their own, puts in 3, 6. Okay, so knocks out the blue. Now they're knocking out blue blocks left and right here. Now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's about 10 red blocks in there. They do have that control bonus. Knocks out a few of their goals right there. No team is really contesting the other long goal here on the positive side of the map, but they are contesting like crazy over the negative portion of the long goal. Red's doing pretty solid. They have a few, but the defense and offense here between red and blue means a lot of their blocks are unfortunately falling out here, but they do still have that control bonus, and outside of this control bonus, they have 4 blocks outside of that. A lot of clashing between red and blue over on that corner over there. Now, no side has been able to really get any blocks in there. Now, going into the end game, blue has 2 of the blocks, 3 of the blocks, 4 of the blocks, 5 of the blocks. 4 of the blocks manage to stay in. 1 block falls out. They do have that 1 extra block from the top middle. Now, what's really giving red the advantage here is the fact that the red has that control bonus on the other long goal, and via themselves, they do also have their last long goal in 1. All right, that's the end of qualification round number 16. All right, red and blue ready. Going into auto. Auto in 3, 2, 1. Going to autonomous, 66, 55, 6Z on the Red Alliance goes, gets 1 block in, puts that 1 block into the long goal. Other blue bot has a few in their intake. 66, that's 66, 77, AX on the Red Alliance has quite a, isn't really moving here. The other red bot, 66, 55, 6Z, puts 3 other blocks in, and that's the end of auto. Red takes auto, going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going in drivers here. 65C is going for a really fast reload here. They get 4, 5, 6, 6 in their intake. Goes now, puts in an altogether 10 red blocks, takes that control bonus. Very clean move. 65 Z on the red alliance goes, takes a few more, 3 in their intake, puts in 2 more, goes for the third one goes in, other red bot puts that now. And it's been, we're at 130 right here on the clock now. Red has 10 blocks right there, 3 blocks in the center, and about 6 on the other one. They do have the control bonus on that one too. Other red bot here, that's the 6Z on the red alliance goes, puts more in. The 52 on the blue is trying to push them back a little bit, but they don't wait quite enough to push back 6Z. Pretty dominant playing here from the Red Alliance. They even go as far as to knock out the blue to put in a few more of their own. Now, on the positive side here, the blue-red does have a full control over one of the long goals and almost full control of the other long goals. They have 3 on top, 3 on bottom for the center, and they just knocked out all the blue. Now, blue doesn't have any in there right now. Complete domination from the red when it comes from the middle, the bottom, now, and both of the long goals here. We're going into the last 30 seconds of the game here. Looks like blue is going to try and go for that park right there, but don't know how effective that's going to be. 6Z on the Red Alliance goes, picks up a few more just to put that last few in. 47-10S on the Blue Alliance pushes out their own few blocks, knocks out one of the red ones. It's pretty effective in that. Is red going to try and knock a few of them out? 10 seconds here in the last bit of the match here. Blue is able to get just a little bit of the ground on one of those long goals, but don't know if that's going to be enough. And in the last, they just knocked out all of the blue goals. Strategy for the blue, and that's the end of qualification round number 17. All right, we're here for Field 3 for qualification round number 18. All right, on the Red Alliance, we have 52-43-0B and 1511X. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 6030M and 6030J. Blue ready, red ready, going into auto in 3, 2, 1. Going autonomous here, both of the red blocks gets a few in their intake. Red manages to get 1 block into that bottom. Red basically pushes them out though, has 4 and 2 on top, gets that in their intake. Will they be going for that long goal? Blue is struggling to get a few in their long goal, so is red, but red does have that pretty early bonus from that, and that's the end of red takes auto, going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, drivers goes in. 1511X on the Red Alliance does a really speedy reload, gets the blues one out, and other red bot is able to take, going into their intake here, really struggling to go. Now 6030M on the Blue Alliance is going in, puts in 4, 5. Well, they're going for a 5th one. Goes for the 5th one, we're going for a 6th one, goes for the 6th one, misses the 6th one, takes that little bit of ground on that side here. Now, neither team has bonus control. Speaking of, 52-43B on the Red Alliance gets a few more blocks into the long goal over here, takes that control bonus. Now, 1 minute here on the clock. 2 on top, 4 on bottom. About 6 or 7 here on the Blue Alliance there, and they do have pretty solid bonus of the control bonus on the red. Now, blue is sort of outplaying them when it comes to the sheer amount of blocks over there on that long goal, but red does have control over the center. 6030J on the Red Alliance going in here is unable to get in a few more. Will they be going for a few more on the intake? Red is pushing them out of the way here to prevent them from playing any more offense on that 60-30M on the Blue Alliance. Puts a few more of their blocks in that. Is this enough for them to take the center control? Don't know. Red does have 4 blocks still sitting there, but looks like Blue has a few more than them. All right, last 30 seconds here of the game here, folks. Looks like Red has pretty solid control over the center here, but Blue just lost all of their blocks, but they do still have a few over there in the center. Don't know if they're going to get that control bonus into the end game here. 60-30J and the Blue Alliance is just sort of sitting there, and so is the other Red bot. Neither team is really moving. The Red is playing some pretty good defense from preventing the Blue from getting any more blocks into the long goal. Last 5 seconds of the game here. Looks like Red has a pretty good lead against Blue, and the game ends right here. All right, on the Red Alliance, we have 6677AX and 34716A. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 52430D and 9636C. All right, red and blue go. All right, cool. Going into autonomous. Autonomous in 3, 2, 1. All right, going into auto here. Looks like 6677. Neither red bots are really moving here. 52430D on the Blue Alliance gets 2 of the blocks in on the center and stalls. Okay. Other blue guy goes crashing into the long goal, and that's the end of autonomous. Blue takes auto. Going to drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. Going to drivers here. Blue does have that little bit of a lead. Now, red goes in through. We're seeing some clashing over here by the center. Now, 6677A on the Red Alliance does have a little bit of a few red blocks in their intake. Looks like they're about 4. Goes for the long goal, but does it go into the long goal? 1 goes in, 2 goes in, 3 goes in, 4th one goes in. That's 4 into that right there. One of their rubber bands goes flying. Don't know how that's going to impact their performance. Now, 52430D on the Blue Alliance has a few more in as well. They put 3 in and 2 on the center still from that autonomous bonus. A lot of clashing between red and blue there. Now, blue still does have a little bit of a lead over the Red Alliance, but red is kind of catching up here. Blue is still outnumbering them when it comes to the sheer amount of blocks on the field here. One of the blue blocks, as we speak, goes flying off the field. Pretty even when it comes to the amount of blocks. Red just puts another one in. Now, tries to knock one out. That last blue block here is hanging on just by an inch. Really determines how that's going to impact the round here. Now, blue still does have control over the center. A little bit of knocking that over a little bit, just sort of out of the way. Red has that center control bonus, but neither side is really contesting heavily. This side, another one of blue's block goes flying out here. Red is really outmatching blue when it comes to the amount of blocks in the field. Red takes a control bonus on the long goal over here. Control bonus on the long goal over there. And we're going into the end game. Last 15 seconds of the game here. Looks like red is leading, catching up from that little loss they had in autonomous now. But they do have control bonus on both of the long goals. Blue have control bonus on both of the long fields. They have 1 block down there. They're pretty even matched in the center bottom. Blue does have control over that, and that's the end of qualification round number 19. All right, qualification round number 20 on field 2. On the Red Alliance, we have 4751-0M-MXM and 34716Z Archer Brainiacs. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 34716X Arrowverse and 34716C Aeromanic Titans. Blue good. All right, blue good, red good, going on auto. Auto in 3, 2, 1. Going autonomous here. Neither side is moving. This is the most advanced autonomous gameplay I've seen so far. Riveting. Very close. All right, cool. Going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going to driver 34, 7, 16. See on the red, blue lines. Goes jettison forward. Takes up few in their intake. Looks like they have 4 in their intake. Knocks a few out of the way. Goes for that long goal. Now 47, 5 to 1, 0. M on the red alliance. Puts a few more. Is unable to put 2 of their blocks in there. Blue has 4 of the blocks in there. Looks like they're pretty neck to neck when it turns at the speed in which they're getting blocks in. Blue's pretty successful. They put about 6 in right there. They have that control bonus. Red doesn't really get that control bonus here, which is really benefiting the blue here. Now, 47, 51, 0 on the red alliance. Puts a few more in their intake. Are they going to go for that long goal again? Right now, the gameplay, it looks like it's pretty central around just the 2 teams right here. 47, 510 M and the blue bot. Their alliance partners both aren't really moving that much, so it's really just down to these 2 here. Now, Red is attempting on playing some level of defense, but that isn't enough to stop Blue from putting 9 of their blocks into that long goal right there. 47, 51, 0 on the M on the Red Alliance. Has 1 on their intake, but are they going to go for that 1 in there? Misses out on one of those. One of those drops. Just hanging on there by an edge. Hangs on and gets a little bit more in their intake. 2 in their intake right now. Blue is pretty successful in getting 2 more on their intake, and they're going to go for that top middle. Does it make it in? Just barely misses. 475-10 M on the Red Alliance puts 2 blocks in. Now they have a control total of 6, but no control bonus. Going into in-game, that control bonus that the blue has on this long goal is really getting them that extra point needed to sort of beat the red on their own game. Now, red has that 6, but no center control still, and we're going into the last 10 seconds of the game. Is red going to go for a park? And it looks like the park is pretty unsuccessful in that, and qualification round number 20 ends. All right, qualification round number 21. On the Red Alliance, we have 52-43-0 C, Dumpster Fire, and 60-30 B, Blacksmiths. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 26-27 E, Demotorized, and 96-36 A, Still Thinking. He likes Bluey. Red ready, blue ready, going into auto. Auto in 3, 2, 1. All right, going to autonomous. 2627E goes forward, gets one in their intake, goes for the top middle, misses the top middle. Red is going for that as well, gets two of theirs in, misses that third one. Third one goes flying out. Now 6030B on the Red Alliance isn't really to get anything out here. Now 2720E on the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance gets a few of their blocks in, and that's the end of autonomous. Red takes auto. Going to drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, now going into drivers here. Red does have that little bit of a lead from the autonomous, but what are we going to capitalize on that? 52-43-0C on the Red Alliance goes there. What are we going for that reload? Is unable to get any into their intake now. 96-36A on the Blue Alliance gets two of the blocks in there, really getting that lead up now. 2627E on the Blue Alliance has a few in their intake. Will they be giving me more blocks in that long goal, though? 2620E on the Blue Alliance is lining themselves up for that long goal, but are any going to go in? A lot of their blocks goes in. They take that control bonus, pretty much dominating that long goal over there. Now the other long goal on the other side of the field is getting pretty much uncontested. 2627E's nameplate falls out. Just a fun little trivial thing. Now they do have few more in their intake, going for a few more on their intake. 52-43C on the Red Alliance is on that other side, trying to contest a bit more now. 96-36A on the Blue Alliance puts two more to the blocks in there, giving them a pretty solid lead when it comes to the sheer amount of blocks that they have on the field. Even though Red did take that autonomous point, right? The Blue Alliance is playing and getting the amount of points they have in the goals up is really benefiting them now. Knocks out the Red's goal blocks right there, giving them pretty good control over there now. Red is pretty much dominating the center part with top and bottom, but they're getting kind of swept when it comes to the amount of blocks they have on those long goals. Blue has pretty solid center control for both of the long goals over here, and the amount of points that they have from the amount of goals they do have in those long goals is just outclassing the amount that the Red has. And as the game ends in the last 5 seconds, though, it looks like the Blue does have that pretty solid lead. And then go to 4. Last 2 seconds here, folks, and that's the inter qualification round number 21. All right, on the Red Alliance, we have 34-716B Aero Nova Robotics and 880X Nailed. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 52-43-0 8Botzilla and 66-55-6Z Nameless. Red good. All right, red good, blue good going on autonomous. Autonomous in 3, 2, 1. Going in auto here, 880X goes in, misses that reload again, puts one of their blocks into that long goal. But now 66-55-6Z on the Blue Alliance is also managing to do that. They put 3 into that center here. Red sticks 1 in, misses the other one. 880X puts in 1 onto a long goal over there, and it looks pretty even, but... Blue takes autonomous, going to drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going into drivers here. Blue does have that lead on red, but will red be able to bring it back? 880X nailed, goes in. They keep missing that reload, gets it in that intake, but misses almost every single one of those blocks. 880X tries again, speedy reload, puts their stuff in there, gets a full intake, all of red blocks, and goes immediately for the long goal. Now, the other red bot, 34-716 BA on the Red Alliance is doing some pretty good defense against them, but that's not enough to prevent 66-55-6Z on the Red Blue Alliance to be able to get that. Now, Red has pretty solid control over the long goal over there. They do have that three blocks over there to get that center control. Center control on the other long goal is pretty evenly matched between red and blue. Doesn't look like any particular team is really taking that. Red is sweeping them when it comes to the top middle. Blue is contesting that, but gets blocked out of the way by 880X. 880X doing some fantastic defense work against Blue Alliance. Now, all right, now typically 66-55-6Z, Nameless, does really good. It's tragedy for Red. Takes out all of their block. What a tragedy for Red. They were doing so good on that long goal, and Nameless just goes in and kills them on that. All right, last 20 seconds of the game here. We're going into the end game. 66-55-6Z on the Blue Alliance is doing everything in their power to try and knock out. Oh, Red Alliance does the same thing right back to Blue, knocks out their goals. We're seeing a lot of work between who can really knock out the goals fast enough. Last 7 seconds of the game, even though Red does make that effort, Red knocks out the last little bits. And will that be enough, though? Looks like both teams are very evenly matched, and that's the end of qualification round number 22. That was a fantastic round. Both sides were doing fantastic on offense and defense. All right, results for qualification round number 22 was 25-35 for the Blue Alliance. Qualification round number 23 on the Red Alliance, that's 52-43-0E and 47-510M. And on the Blue Alliance, that's 34-716A and 60-30B. All right, both sides ready. Going to auto in 3, 2, 1. Going autonomous. Neither red bots are moving. Blue goes in. That 60-30B has that intake, goes forward. Looks like they're not very even on that. Both sides are moving like Vaughn on that. That's the end of auto. Auto is a tie. Going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going to drivers. Both teams swinging live. The 52-43E on the Red Alliance goes forward, shimmying their way around. Now, 47-10M on the Red Alliance has one on their intake. Will they be going for one in? Misses the one block. Both sides are unable to haven't been able to score now. We have 1:30 now on the hot clock timer. 60-30B on the Blue Alliance is going forward, trying to get a few more in their intake, but really missing that intake. 47-10M on the Red Alliance has that in there, goes for the long goal. Will they be able to go put it in the long goal? Now, Blue did get that little bit of point from getting that center bottom, but Red is balancing that out, puts their own block into that long goal, misses the second block, but has one block in, which is pretty good for right now. Now, 47-10M, will they be going for more reload? They still have blocks in the basket, but will they be going forward with it? $50 seconds on the clock here. 475-10M on the Red Alliance is standing right next to the long goal now. Blue is really taking that advantage from being able to have that one block down in the center bottom, getting that little bit of control point from that. Both sides are kind of doing their own thing right now. Neither side is really able to get those points in. Looks like Blue is trying to go for a park, but don't know if the park's going to be successful. Looks like they're still trying to struggling getting over that. Is Red going to try and match that with a park of their own? We're going to end game. Both teams are really struggling here. Not much is happening here right now. Last 10 seconds here. Looks like Red's going for that park, but they're getting they're getting pushed by 60-30B on the Red Alliance, Blue Alliance, and that looks like the end of qualification round number 23. Hey, Nabav, are you ready for this round? Let me hear a war cry. How's it going? All right, qualification round number 24 on the Red Alliance. We have 9636C and 47110S. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 9636A and 6030J. Red team, blue team ready, going into auto. Auto in 3, 2, 1. Going autonomous, both teams go forward. 479510S goes in, gets 2 in their intake. Goes 2 in their intake, picks up another 2, goes in, puts it into the long goal. They manage to slide one of the blue in. Now 6030J on the red and blue alliance looks like it's just stalled, and that's the end of autonomous. Red takes auto, going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. Alrighty, going to drivers here. Now 9636A on the blue alliance goes, put 3 of the blocks in there. Now they have 3 to 4. Now that really gives them a little bit of that lead, but that autonomous bonus is really helping the blue out. Now red gets all their blocks knocked out, so right now there's not really any blue-red blocks and any goals right now. So 6030J on the blue alliance is doing a pretty good job of preventing them from getting any blocks in, but 4710S just pivots to go into the other block, but 6030J is doing a great job at just pushing them out of the way and preventing them from lining themselves properly with that long goal. Short 7510S still goes in, manages to put their blocks in, really helping them out here. Are they going to get that center control? Not too sure. 9636A on the blue alliance goes, put 4s before the blocks, 5 of the block, going for the 6 block. 6 block goes, not in, 6 is still touching. They do get that center control. 9636C is doing a pretty good job at sweeping them out. Tragedy for the blue. All their blocks get swept out, but they do still have that center control. Now, red still has a pretty decent lead from having about 6 blocks in there and taking that center control from there. So they're looking pretty good. Now, 40 seconds here. Is blue going to take any center control or put any more blocks in their long goals? Or is any team going to contest that center? It looks like 9636C is trying to go in, but misses one of their goals. Now, 47510S on the red alliance goes, puts more of their in. Now, it looks like they have about 8 blocks in that long goal. 9636C on the red alliance has that still going in. Looks like none of the red blocks really have any in their intake. Blue is still last 15 seconds trying to get a few more blocks in to catch up, but 9636C is just blocking them from going anywhere. And in the last 9 seconds of the game here, looks like red is doing very, very solid with what they've had. And that is the end of qualification round number 24. All right, after lunch, this is Field 1 qualification round number 25. Field 1 qualification round number 25. I'm just here. I don't know who your friends are. I don't know if you have any friends. Cool. Already qualification round number 25, field 1. All right, so the results for the round before lunch, that was qualification round number 24, is 37-16 for the Blue Alliance. Already qualification round number 25. On the Red Alliance, we have 34-716Z, the Archer Brainiacs, and 6677AX Axis. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 1511X Nexus and 34-716B Aeronova Robotics. Red good. All right, red good, blue good, going into auto. Auto in 3, 2, 1. All right, going to autonomous. 15-11 X on the blue alliance goes up, gets 3 into its possession, and puts all 3 into the lower medium, misses 1, and the other 2 red bots have not moved. 34-7-16 B has not moved. Blue goes in, puts 2 more blocks in, gets that long goal, and that's the end of autonomous. Blue wins the auto bonus. Going to drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going to driver control. The blue does have that 31-point lead from earlier, so they're going to capitalize on that. Now, 66-77, 8X gets a lot of blocks in his possession. Looks to be around 6 and goes for that long goal. Now, 11-15X on the blue alliance is already pushing in there, but will the red be able to go down? Now, blue pushes in really heavily. Red goes in, knocks a bunch of their blocks out. Blue's trying to knock it out by themselves as well, but they're not very successful at this moment. Now, the 34-7-11-16 B on the blue alliance goes there, blocks it, and the blue goes in, knocks out 3 of the red blocks. Very tragic to the red. They had a great lead on there, and 15-11 X on the blue alliance just completely takes out the amount of blocks that the red has. Now, take your attention to the other side of the field. 66-77 8X is scrambling to get more in its possession. Nexus, that's 15-11 X, is hot on its trails, going for it, playing every single defensive move match for match, move for move. The concerning part for the Red Alliance as we head into the last minute or so of this match is that they have no blocks in any of the goals. Red's going in, trying to put in some more, getting that reload, has a lot more in its position, pushes into this long goal. Now, but with 40 seconds left, is this last moment Hail Mary going to be enough for them to beat the 50-point lead that the blue currently has? Goes in, pulls up their blocker, goes, sweeps it over, gets that control bonus. Now, this control bonus is going to be very, very useful going in, and they can knock out all of the blue other ones. Looks like the blue's kind of celebrating over here now. All the blocks that were on that other long goal were knocked out. Blue's putting their own stuff in. We're in the last 10 or so seconds of the game. Will the red be able to get its last minute points out? Goes in, pushes into the bottom medium, but is that going to be enough? 34-7-16 Z for this match has not been moving, and neither has the 15-11X, and that's the end of qualification round number 25. All right, we're going to try and speed things along here, folks. Going to the little bit to the right here on field 2. We're entering qualification round number 26. On the Red Alliance, we have 66-55-6Z and 34-7-16X. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 26-27E and 60-30M. Red good, blue good, going into autonomous. Autonomous in 3, 2, 1. All right, going into autonomous, 66-55-6Z goes in, gets the goals, puts it immediately into the long goal, gets those long goal points, gets that control bonus, picks up some more over there, goes, contests that middle top medium, puts it in there, and goes to reload, misses the reload, puts 1 into the long goal. Blue misses both. Fantastic performance on Red's part, especially Name's part, for that autonomous. Red takes auto, going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, Red has a huge lead from that autonomous. Now, how are they going to capitalize on that? 66-55Z completes that reload, goes to the other corner, picks up some red blocks. What will they be going with that here now? Goes to the bottom. Blue just rams into them. While blue is keeping 66-55Z busy, 26-27E on the Blue Alliance is really going in there, uncontesting it. They're really fighting over that control bonus, but looks like Red is trying to kind of keeping that at home. Now, 60-30M is really clashing in with it. They're doing anything in their power to prevent Blue-Red from getting blocks in. Now, what's really concerning for the Blue-Red Alliance here is that their team, only one team on the Blue Alliance is really able to move here. This is really concerning because when 60-30M is keeping 66-55-6Z business, then 26-27E could just go and score how many points they want. Red is doing some very speedy reloads. They have 4 in their possession. They're going straight towards that long goal, and they're hot on the trail is blue. Puts 2 goals in. They still have 1 goal over there, but how? 45 seconds left. How are they going to be able to go on with this? 66-55-6 successfully just knocks out those goals, goes to the other corner. Are they going to reload? Gets rammed in by 68-30M. Now, what's really interesting about 60-30M's strategy for this game is they haven't been scoring as many points as they would, but instead they've been just keeping the Red Alliance busy in their movements while their teammate goes in and is able to get those more risky, more high-stakes points. 26-26E on the Blue Alliance goes over. They have some in the, have a few in their possession right there now. 34-7-16. X on the Red Alliance is still just stuck. Now, 26-27E on the Blue Alliance goes in. They have a few more in their possession. Will they be going for it in? And that's the end of qualification round number 2017. All right, further right here into field 3 for qualification round number 27. Is that not happening? All right, qualification round number 27. On the Red Alliance, we have 52-43-0D and 52-43-0A. And over here on the Blue Alliance, we have 880X nailed and 52-43-0C dumpster fire. Are you guys gonna do this again? Are you guys gonna do these again? I don't care. Oh, fuck, this disconnected. Blue good. Red good. All right, blue good, red good. Going into autonomous. Autonomous in 3, 2, 1. All right, goes in. 880X picks up a few of those blocks. Will they be fumbling the autonomous again? Goes in, takes the top middle, looks like. Will they be able to put it in? Misses that one. Goes for the long goal, picks up a few more. It's in their intake now. And push. Puts in 5 of their blocks into a long goal, and that's the end of autonomous. Blue takes auto, going to drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going to drivers. Red or blue already has a huge advantage compared to the red. Now, 880X goes in, speedy reload goes in, but 52-43-0 on the Red Alliance is blocking them from going anywhere now. But the Blue Alliance really just getting rammed into a wall by the Red, but they do make a recovery there. It goes over to the long goal and is trying to put some in. It looks like that 52-43-0 D strategy is just to sort of ram into other people and see if they can knock them away from destroying some more goals. But this also means that the Red Alliance is really struggling at scoring their own goals. They're pretty successful at doing defense, but what they're really failing at is scoring in their own goals. And when they pick up on a bot that's slightly heavier than them, like 52-34-C0, then they're really having struggling to sort of disarm them. Now, if you take a look at that, the other long goal right there, the Blue Alliance 880X has almost complete control over it. Now, they do also have that center control bonus, which is really good. The placement that they have for the top and the bottom on the medium with 3 on each, 3 on top, 3 on bottom, that's fantastic. It means they have pretty solid control over that. If you take a look at the other one, they still have center control. 2 blocks have been added onto the other long goal here. Doesn't really make that much of a difference given that the Red Alliance has been failing to put any goals in the first place, but still looks pretty. Now, the Red Alliance over there, that's 52-43-0A, has been relatively not doing anything this entire round. They don't really have any in their intake right now, nor are they really be able to successfully move. So 52-43D has just been trying to prevent other people from scoring as best as possible, playing some better defense on them, but no offense has happened on the Red Alliance. 52-43-0D, the Red Alliance has really just invested all of their time and energy into doing the defense, and even in that point, the Red Alliance's battery just falls out, and because of this lack of offense, Blue has a relatively easy job in this round, and that's the end of qualification round number 27. That was 103-0. All right, back to field 1 for qualification round number 28. On the Red Alliance, we have 34-7-16C, that's Aromatic Titans, and 52-43-0B, Boundless. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 96-36A, Still Thinking, and 34-7-16B, Aero Nova Robotics. Ready, good? All right, good, blue, good. Going into autonomous. Autonomous in 3, 2, 1. Going to autonomous here. 52-43B goes in, immediately takes that. Going for the top middle. Gets 3 into the top middle. Misses 1. Goes over to the reload. Goes for the reload. Misses every single one of the reloads. Goes over here. Nothing to really deploy in here. The blue is trying to put their blocks into the long goal and misses, and that's the end of autonomous. Red takes the autonomous, going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, so Red's immediately going there, trying to take that reload again, which they failed during autonomous. They're really still struggling on that. Meanwhile, Blue is going in and putting some more blocks into that long goal. They're able to put 3 in, so they're pretty evenly matched currently with the red long goal now. The bottom middle is going uncontested as of now, but let's see how it happens in the next minute 30. 52-43B on the Red Alliance is doing a very speedy reload. They're doing a pretty good job at getting those into there. Unfortunately, every single one of their blocks just comes flying out on an area bomb on the part of the driver. Now, the 34-7-16C on the Red Alliance has been doing a pretty good job at putting red blocks into their long goal. They have pretty good control over their long goal, especially since they have that center bonus, and they have those 4 on the sides and 3 on the other side. One of the Red Alliance blocks just knocked out, and now the Blue Alliance is still going for that reload. They have 4 blue blocks in their intake, now going into their intake chamber. Now, 52-43-0B on the Red Alliance, puts 3 more on there, doesn't get that control bonus, but it's pretty evenly matched with the Red Alliance. They're trying to go for the red blocks in the corner, but the corner is kind of hard for them to access. 96-36 on the Blue Alliance is trying to sweep out. Tragedy for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance blocks goes flying out. Blue Alliance successfully goes to defense. 3 more goes out, but Red still has that control bonus. 96-36A on the Blue Alliance goes in, pushes their own stuff in. Most of it is blue, but Red still managed to take that control bonus. 34-7, 16C on the Red Alliance is really trying to contest them on that by putting, standing right there and preventing them from pushing their own blocks out. Tragedy for the Red Alliance. Red blocks go flying. Blue now has that control bonus. Red has lost almost all of its blocks in that long goal in the last 10 seconds of the game. Tragic for the Red Alliance. Good news for the Blue Alliance, but will this be enough for the Blue to take that win? That was the end of qualification round. All right, right here on field 2 is qualification round number 29. Rock. Blue ready. Red ready. Auto in 3, 2, 1. Going to autonomous. 6030J on the Red Alliance. Picks up 2. Goes for that medium. Red Blue bot just spinning out of control. Now 6030J on the Red Alliance. Goes up. Blue Alliance is still spin me right round, baby, right round. It's the end of auto. Right round. Auto is a tie. Going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. 52, 30 D on the Red Blue Alliance goes in, picks up some of their blocks, goes in, takes the top middle. 60-30J on the Red Alliance gets 2 in their intake, but will they be able to put it in? Blue's doing a pretty good job at blocking them and preventing them from able to be getting any actual blocks in, but 60-30J does run away, lines themselves up onto the long goal, but just gets rammed out of the way by the blue. Now, 34-17, 71-6Z on the Red Alliance hasn't been really moving that much, nor have they been able to put any score, so it's really just these two on the Blue Alliance sort of teaming on this red guy. Again, really unfortunate for the Red Alliance because the Red Alliance can't really do anything because they just get one guy keeps them occupied and plays good defense while the other team is able to play some pretty good offense to prevent them from going anywhere. Still, 60-30J on the Red Alliance is trying to get its reloads in, trying to get some more in this intake, but time after time, it just gets rammed out of the way by the blue. All right. So, 60-30J on the Red Alliance, slammed to the wall, can't do anything, even if it has its in an intake. And even when the blue has comparatively not scored as many blocks, the red can't do anything because they're prevented from all forms of offense. All right. We're really seeing the importance of offense defense sort of play out in here because red isn't able to score anything. Even deep into end game, they haven't had any blocks on the actual any goals because the Blue Alliance just keeps ramming them out of the way and plays good defense on them while their alliance partner can just go park. Right, and now the last 5 seconds or so of the game here, looks like Blue has a pretty solid lead. They have 2 in a long goal, 2 in the middle, and 1 in another long goal, and that should be the end of qualification round number 29. All right, qualification round number 30 over here on field 3. Red good. Red good, blue good, going into autonomous. Auto starting in 3, 2, 1. All right, going autonomous, 60-30M goes, puts some in their intake, goes for that reload, misses the reload, and misses the... Yeah, looks like they're going to miss that long goal. Now, neither of the blue teams are really moving, and that is the end of autonomous, with neither side getting any goals in. Auto's a tie, going to drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, drivers goes up 52-30E on the Red Alliance, is just shifting around. Now 60-30M on the Red Alliance goes for a different tactic. They keep missing their reloads, so it's really hard for them to do more on their intake. Blue has a pretty good Blue has a pretty good amount of blocks in their intakes, right? So they just go in now. 66-77 AX on the Blue Alliance, able to put a few more in now. They have 3, 4, 5. Going for that 6, going for the 6. Will they be going for a 7th? They still have a 7th in their intake, but it looks like they're not going to go for it. Now they go 52-43-0 on E on the Red Alliance themselves are pretty difficult for them to score any given that they don't have an intake, but they are doing a decent amount of defense against them because they can really block these other teams from going in and blocking. Okay, take a look at the long goal over here. Now the Red Alliance has 4 blocks in there, but the Blue Alliance has 6. Now Blue Alliance, not only the Blue Alliance have 6, they also have 3 in there, and Red is trying to knock out the Blue a little bit, but all they end up accomplishing is that they actually knock out more of their own goals instead of the opposition's. Last 40 seconds here of the game, folks. It's looking pretty good for the Blue Alliance. Not so hot for the Red Alliance, but the Blue Alliance does have a pretty solid lead. One in terms of control over the middle control areas. Like they have pretty good control over one of those already, and on the sheer amount of blocks they have on the field. Red Alliance is sort of catching up in terms of blocks, but this late into the game, I don't see how that's going to help. And we're going into end games right now. Well, any team's going for a part. Heavily contesting this one. Red accidentally knocks out more of its own goals rather than its opponents. 34-7-11C is doing a pretty good job at doing defense. They're just going to sit there and let the Red Alliance ram into them, and nothing's going to happen for them. Blue still has control over the bottom 3 and 3 for the middle control on the other long goal, and that's the end of qualification round number 30. She take my money. QT the bomb, at a beauty salon with the. Our qualification number 31, red good, blue good, going into Audon. Audon in 3, 2, 1. All right, going autonomous here, 26-27E gets that in, goes for the top, puts 1 in. 47-55-10S gets a few more in. All goes into the long goal. That's 4 in the long goal. 26-27E misses all the long goals, and that is the end of autonomous. Auto goes red, going to drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. Going into drivers here, red already has that advantage. Red goes in. Pretty speedy reload, if I say so myself. Now, the Blue Alliance are getting quite a few in their intake. They're going for that top middle, puts 1 in. Don't see how that's going to help them really out that much in the long run, but 26-27 on the Red Alliance goes in, takes that center control. The other long goal is pretty red dominated. Blue might go in and try and contest it, but red does have that control bonus. Red has a pretty good lead on the Blue Alliance, especially since red does have, outnumber them in terms of blocks. They have around 12, 13, 14 blocks on that singular long goal, and 4 on the other side. Pretty complete control bonuses, pretty complete control bonuses on both of the long goals. The blue is kind of failing to contest them, and when blue is contesting them and trying to sweep them out, 26-27E on the Red Alliance is just sort of standing still, standing there, blocking them out of the way, preventing them from doing any massive damages. We're not going to see a situation where the Red Alliance, Blue Alliance is going to sweep out all of the Red's goal, and whilst 96-36C is distracted, the other red bot can go in and take a decent amount of the middle, but tragedy for the red. Blue goes in, sweeps out a lot of their goals right there. 96-36C might go in, trying to sweep out a few more. Let's see what they do. 96-36C goes in. Nobody's really paying attention to the other red or the Blue Alliance spot, which I don't think is a really smart idea, given that they're probably going to go in for some pretty good. Yep, they're going to sweep out some of the red goals, but does red play good defense on this? Red's pretty much 26-27. He is continuing to just block them. Red still has the pretty much uncontested bonus control over there on the other long goal. They have pretty good control over that one. We're just seeing the back and forth between 26-27E and 96-36C. And that's the end of qualification round number 31. are here on field 2 for qualification round number 32. On the red alliance, we have 1511X and 880X. And on the blue alliance, we have 34716X and 47510M. Hey, Udia, are you excited? Blue good, red good. All right, blue good, red good, going into autonomous. Autonomous in 3, 2, 1. Going to autonomous here, 880X on the run lines, picks up into their intake, goes straight for the middle. Now 1511X takes the bottom, 880X takes the top, 2, 4, that's 6, added up together. Are they going to go for that? Red 880X misses, 1511X puts one block in there. That's still a really good lead against blue, and that is the end of autonomous. Red takes auto bonus and auto win point. Going into the drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. That auto is really going to help out Red in the long run, but let's see what they do from there. 880X, pretty speedy reload, goes in, goes for that long goal, 2 in the long goal. Other Red bot, 1511X has like 7 in its intake right here, goes into the long goal, puts it all in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 6 right there, 6. And center control now. 880X in the red lines also goes in. They have 3, takes the control bonus, plus 4 on the other side now. Currently in the goals right now, there's only red blocks. Blue has pretty much been uncontested. They put 1 in right there, and then they get blocked by 880X. The 880X's teammate is really sort of making it difficult for them to play good offense-defense balance. They're forced to be playing on constant offensive, and even then, 880X can just block them and push them outside. A lot of push bots are doing pretty good at this tournament here, just for this reason. Now, 1511 outside the Red Alliance goes for that reload, pretty speedy, takes 1, takes 2, takes 3, puts up, takes one of the blue ones as well, but goes in, goes to the long goal, 1, 2, 3, 4, that they put 4, 5, and now that's a completely full long goal for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance also is able to take top, bottom, in the middle, and they have the center control for both of the long goals. All right, last 30 seconds of the game. It looks like rightfully, okay, if the live scoring is correct, it's 119-3 for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance is really having that lead, and the Blue Alliance's lack of a partner that can move and score is really not doing them any favors. Now, 4-7-5-10M on the Red Blue Alliance is able to put about 5 blocks in there, but tragedy for the Blue. 880X just sweeps almost all of their blocks left. They're down to 1. Sounds like 880X wants to go back and, salt in the wound, just take that 1 extra out, but will they be able to get that out? Last 3 seconds, looks like not. Nexus goes for the park, don't think the park's successful, and that's the end of qualification round number 32. Hurrying things along here, going to field 3 for qualification 33. That is to your far right. Field 3, qualification round number 33. All right, qualification round number 33. On the red alliance, we have 34-7-16A and 66-55-6Z. And on the blue alliance, we have 52-43-0B and 52-43-0C. Red good, blue good, red for auto. Red good, blue good, ready for autonomous in 3, 2, 1. Going into autonomous here, 66-55-6Z goes up. They usually have a pretty good autonomous, puts in 4 in that, and gets the center control bonus, picks up the rest of that, goes over, contests center middle, puts 2, misses the other 2, goes for the reload, successful reload, last 2 seconds, and go, 2 in, and that's the end of autonomous. Red takes the bonus and AWP. Going to drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. Going into drivers. Red puts in the last few. May need that 5, and that's under control. 4, 5, and 1 over there. That adds up. That's 10 in total. Blue only has 1 in one of the goals. Now Red has 10 in total. 66-55-6Z on the red lines goes in, puts a few more in. Looks like they have around 9 in total, and that center control bonus, which is really doing them a lot of favors. Blue bot, that's 52-35, that's 52-30B on the blue alliance goes, puts 2 of it in, but also puts in 2 red by action. Red still has pretty solid domination on both of the long goals. 52-30C on the blue alliance goes, has 1 in their intake right there, but are they going to be able to put it more in? A lot of clashing between 66 and the other blue bot there. A lot of clashing, a lot of violent clashing. Blue's looking like it's coming down a little loose. A single red block gets knocked out. Somebody's missing a wheel right now. Looks like it is the red alliance bot. I want to draw your attention to 34-7-16A on the red alliance. Looks like they've lost their bottom left wheel here. I don't think that's going to impact all that much, given that 66-55-6Z on the red alliance has majorly been the point person, the team that's scoring all these goals. But the effect the wheels on the ground might be a little bit damaging to how fast their efficiency. Now, the Red has a pretty solid lead in total going to the end game right here, last 20 or so seconds of the game. Blue is trying to get in a few more blocks at the bottom, but they're really missing all of those. A lot more moves over here by Red, puts a few more in. Blue's trying to knock him out, but not very successful in their endeavors. 66-55-6Z knocks out almost all of the blue blocks. Blue only really has 1 block left, and that is top medium. In exchange for some of the red, Red puts a few more back in, still maintains that center control. Center control on both of the long goals. Masterful play, and that is the end of qualification round number 33. That's my opinion. All right, over to field number 1 here for qualification, round number 34. On the red alliance, we have 52-43-0D and 34-716C. And on the blue alliance, we have 475-10S and 34-71-6X. Red good, blue good going into autonomous. Autonomous in 3, 2, 1. Red goes in, has 1 in the both. The red has the intake, misses that top center, and 10 seconds left here. Blue puts in, goes for the long goal. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 in the long goal plus 1 red block that they put in by accident, and that is the end of autonomous. Blue takes auto, going to drivers. Drivers in. Oh, never mind. Okay, cool. Going to drivers. Drivers going in. The red bot. Both the red bot has 2 in its intake. Sort of confusing to watch there. Now they go in, puts that in. Blue is still sort of mogging them when it comes to the fact that they have 4 compared to the red's 3. But red's sort of catching up here. A lot of pushing here between the red and the blue bot. 475-10 S on the red. Blue alliance goes, misses almost all their blocks, but manages to stuff 3 in. Good enough. The other red alliance bot has, the red alliance bot here has 3 in its intake. All 3 go in successfully. Red takes a control bonus. Very helpful, especially in the state that they're in now. 52-43-0D on the red alliance goes. Are they going to take the top control? Looks like they're kind of struggling with that. Blue over here has about 4 or 5 in its intake, going in, lining themselves up. But red is trying to play some defense, but it's not enough. Blue still goes in. Now blue has that center control. In terms of the amount of blocks scored in goals right now, blue is definitely outclassing the red. Red has 1, 2, 3, barely 5 blocks in its goals, long goals, whereas the blue currently has basically full control of everything. Plus, the auton to win, the auton bonus that they got from the winning autonomous, and the center control that they have from that long goal is really helping them out. Now, not so good for the red team is the fact that they're not playing very effective offense here. Their defense is all right, but the offense so far has been definitely lacking. Last 10 seconds of the game here. Let's analyze what's happening here now. Blue has auto control, has the auto bonus plus the control, plus 2 blocks on that side. Now red does have more control on that side just because they have more blocks, but that's definitely not outweighing the fact that the blue has like 9 over here on this long goal, and that is the end of autonomous. Blue also goes for the park. Don't know if they got the park. All right, to your right now into field 2 for qualification round number 35. bum, ba-da, bum. All right, qualification round number 35. On the Red Alliance, we have 52430B Boundless and 6677AX Axis. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 808X Nailed and 6030B Blacksmiths. Red good, blue good, going into autonomous. Autonomous in 3, 2, 1. Going into autonomous here, 6030B on the Red Alliance goes. Now the other red bot here, 880X puts 3 and takes up onto their intake, goes over, goes to the long goal. Sounds like a jet engine over here now. 5230B on the Red Alliance goes, misses our long goal. Blue Alliance puts 3 in the long goal, and that is the end of auto. By 1 point, blue gets auto, very close auto. Going to drivers, drivers in. That's my bad. Cool. Red goes in. Some of Red's blocks are getting pushed out. Blue still has control over that. Blue has on the other side as well. Nobody is really able to get those control bonuses right now, but let's see how it goes right now. Blue still has a big advantage compared to the Red Alliance, especially since they had that little bit of extra point from the Auton. The rubber band on one of those teams, that looks like 6030B, just got snagged on one of those. Don't know what that did to him. Probably did something. Red just lost all of their blocks, missed every single one of them. On par because of the fantastic defense played on the Blue Alliance. Now, as for offense, great job on Blue for offense. They have that control bonus, plus they have, it looks like, 7 extra blocks on the other sides compared to the Red. Only has that control bonus and nothing else. All right. In terms of defense, one of the Red bots here has been pretty much immobilized. You know, 2 of their wheels, 3 of their wheels are out, but their teammates just knocked them out. Back in the game. Good for them. Red still has that control bonus on one of the long goals in here, and also 2 right there. Red is trying to go for the sweep. Tragedy for Blue. Some of their blocks goes out, but back to defense. 800AX and 6030X. B, fight them off. Last 30 seconds of the game here. 6677, 678X on the Red Alliance goes, puts 3 more blocks on there, but is that enough for the last few seconds of the game for them to clutch that back up? 880X on the Blue Alliance still has a pretty good control of that long goal right there, and both teams are really fighting for that center control, but you know, currently it looks like 40-67 for the Blue Alliance. Blue still, all right, last 2 seconds of the game, and that is the end of qualification round number 35. Qualification round number 36 on the Red Alliance, that's 52-43-0A and 52-43-0E. And on the Blue Alliance, that's 26-27E and 15-11X. Blue good, red good, auto in 3, 2, 1. Go to Autonomous, 26-27E gets a few of their blocks, goes for the center. Their teammate, 15-11X, goes for the bottom. 2 to 4, that's 6 going. 26-27E goes over. Long goal, misses 2 of the long goals. That's pretty not successful. 15-11X goes, puts 2 of them in, goes back, does and stalls. That's the end of auto. Blue takes auto in AWP, going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. Going into drivers here, 27-26, 26-27E on the Blue Alliance goes, gets that reload in. Are they going to get that reloaded? Nexus on 15-11X on the Blue Alliance goes, picks up a few of them, goes for that long goal. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6 on there. 6 in there, takes the center control as well. Now on top and bottom of the center, that's both controlled by the Blue. 4 on bottom, 2 on top. That's from auto. 26-27E on the Blue Alliance goes in there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 7 of those blocks in there and gets the control bonus. 26-27E on the red blue Alliance is going over. Ejects those 2 red blocks. Goes back to pick up those blue blocks. Right. We're a minute in, and it looks like blue has a pretty big lead over red. It looks like that the red team right now is pretty unsuccessful in getting any offensive moves down or putting any blocks in any goals. They're going for that. They take the top center before getting launched out of place by 15-11X. They still do have a block in their possession right there, but don't know how they're going to use that. Last 45 seconds of the game here, folks. And 52-43-0E on the Red Alliance isn't doing much. 26-27E goes just to really cement the amount of control they have over that long goal over there. Puts a few more in there. A lot of collision here between the red and the blue over here. Not much action happening otherwise than that. 26-27E goes back to scoring. Almost complete control over that long goal. Looks like, okay, on last 10 seconds here, both long goals have 13 blue blocks on it. Blue has that center control, and they have the control over 2 on the top and 4 on the bottom for the center, and that is the end of qualification round number 36. Qualification round number 37 on the Red Alliance. We have 34-716A and 96-36A. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 34-716Z and 66-55-6Z. Blue good, red good, going into autonomous. Autonomous in 3, 2, 1. Going into autonomous here, the qualification round number 37. 66-55-6Z goes, takes the long goal and gets the control bonus, goes to the center, contests center, gets 2 and misses 1. gets one on the reload, goes over, puts 1, 2, gets one on the control bonus, and that is the end of autonomous. Blue takes autonomous bonus going into drivers. Sorry. Blue takes auto, going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. Going into drivers here, 66, 55, 6Z goes, gets that reload, gets a few more in there. Going, are they going to line up? Goes to the other long goal, goes to the other reload station, gets some more blocks in that. Goes over, puts in 6 of their blocks right now, 6 blocks in there. Tragedy for Blue. Red Alliance goes and sweeps out all of their hard work. Now what's pretty interesting is they're kind of in a position where they'd really benefit from really aggressive playing, and that's what 66, 55, 6Z is good at. They're very good at aggressive playing here. They're going to try and leave this one long goal alone. They already have pretty decent control over the top middle. They're just getting pushed around right now by 9636A. I've noticed that 9636A. Tragedy for Blue Alliance. Almost all of their blocks on there goes flying. But it still isn't quite enough for the Red Alliance to get back on that lead. Blue is still leading, and for those points to come back, that's not that difficult for them. Blue takes back that control bonus. Red still has only 2 goals in that long block. What am I saying? That's 9636A on the Red Alliance. Goes for that reload. They have 2 red blocks in their intake. Goes back into the long goal, but gets blocked by 66, 55, 6Z. All right, 66, 55, 6Z on the Blue Alliance goes in and fits a few more in. 66, 55, 6. Okay, last 20 seconds of the game here. Let's do some basic analysis. All right, on center, bottom, and center top, all blue. Blue has 1 on bottom, 2 on top. On the long goals, Blue has control bonus, 1 on 1, and that's 3 on the outside and control bonus for the other long goal. Meanwhile, in total, Red has 3 goals and 3 blocks on those goals. All right, this is qualification round number 38. On the Red Alliance, we have 34-716B and 47-510M. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 60-30M and 52-43-0C. Red good, blue good going into autonomous. Autonomous in 3, 2, 1. Going into auto here. 60-30M on the Blue Alliance goes, picks that up, goes for the reload as well. 60-30M misses a few of those. Yeah, misses those long goal. Blue managed to get 1 in there. Red hasn't really moved through autonomous, so Blue should probably take that. Last few seconds, 2 blocks goes into the long goal. Blue wins the auto bonus going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. Going to a drivers for 75-10M on the Blue Red Alliance. Goes, picks up a lot of those blocks and goes back. Really speedy reloads for both of the blue bots over here. Now, 34-716B looks a little bit slower, but are they going to manage to get those bottom and contest blue bottom? Blue just pushes them out. Now, it goes 4-5. 5 blue blocks in the center, sandwiched by 2, and Red managed to knock out one of its own. Cool. On the long goals on both sides. On one of the long goals over here, we have 4 blue blocks, and the other one has 2. Red does have the control bonus, but there's still in total more blue blocks than red blocks and goals, which is going to be a big deal breaker. 60-30M goes over to 1 and 2, and 3 more. That is about 7, and plus the center control over there for that long goal. Pretty good. We're seeing a lot of clashing over there by the center here. Now, 3471 6B is doing a pretty good job of taking back that bottom center, but red-blue still controls the top center. 60-30M on the Blue Alliance is trying to go for the complete and total domination of this long goal. Puts 3 more in. In total, that is about 10 blue goals, blue blocks just right there. 60-30M still has a few more in its possession right there. Are they going to go for the bottom? Looks like they're going to try and go for more on the bottom, but I don't think they really need that. Last 10 seconds of the game, maybe they're going to go for the long goal, trying to get that just a little bit of that center bonus for them. But at the end, they're still unsuccessful. But going for that parking, it looks like. Ultimately, parking, don't know if they got that parking. That is the end of qualification round number 38. All right, here to qualification round number 39. On the red alliance, you have 60-30J and 96-36C. And on the blue alliance, you have 34-71 6Z and 880X. Red, good, blue, good for auto. Auto in 3, 2, 1. Going autonomous, 60-30J gets a few in their possession. The blue goes for the long goal. 1 goes in, 2 goes in, misses the third one, goes back, misses all of those. Misses again. Misses that center, and it goes for that, misses that again. All right, that's the end of auto. Blue takes auto, going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going to drivers here, 60-30J on the red lines goes, picks up one. The blue bot over there puts 3 into a long goal, so that in total there's 5 blue blocks and goals. 60-30J is trying to put in more, but they keep missing that one. They missed that one. Are they going to go for another one here? Alrighty. All right, 880X on the blue alliance goes, picks up. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in their possession. Now the 9636C is really pushing them around here, but 880X does manage to go in here and goes 1, puts 1 here, puts 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is in total. All right, in total right here, Blue Alliance does have 9 blocks in that long goal, and they have that center control, which is pretty good. With the leftover, they do take that bottom center. Doing pretty good from themselves right here now. The Blue Alliance, Red Alliance bots are not playing very offensively. 9636C has been attempting to block a lot of the blue team's moves, which to varying success, but 6030J on the Blue Red Alliance goes over there, and they do put it there. They were trying to put it more in, and they put 4 blocks in there. So they do outweigh the blue team on that side, but that's not quite enough for them to fully take that. $60-30J on the Red Alliance goes. Are they going to put another one? They put 4, going for the 5th one. But 5th one goes in. Pretty good for their part, but 880X has just gotten stuck. Why is Uriat stuck? 880X is stuck. Doesn't matter. Red isn't quite capitalizing on this right here. They actually just knocked blue deeper in to that part. See, 880X got stuck on 2 of the blocks. Hey, Uriat, how'd y'all get stuck? How are we doing, guys? I know we're having quite a bit of a wait here, and the people behind the scenes are telling me to entertain the masses for a little bit, for just a few minutes. You know, I've just a little bit of time. Just a little bit of time. We're close to doing alliance selections, so you know, I have a list of 55 hilarious robot jokes for kids. I've done these maybe 3 times already, but just clap and laugh, please. All right. What's a robot's favorite food? Microchips. Ooh. Woo! Yeah. So, where do robots sit? Where do robots sit, guys? On their robotums. What? Huh? Oh, they want to do karaoke. Huh? Why shouldn't you pat a robot dog? Huh? It might bite.
Oh, I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it. Do what? You get the mic. You get the mic.
Yeah or nay for karaoke? Ask.
No. Are we good for... Wait, when do alliance selections happen? I don't want to just stand up here and do robot jokes for 3 minutes. What's a robot's favorite type of music? Heavy metal.
What's it called? Huh?
What's a robot's favorite type of exercise? Circuit training. Oh. Why don't robots get scared? They have nerves of steel. You guys are the only good part of this crowd. You guys are the only part of this crowd I like. Oh. Why did the robot go to the shoe shop? To get rebooted. Like boots? Oh. Why did the robot sneeze? It had a virus.
Yo, okay.
Oh, why was the robot angry? Why was the robot angry? Everybody kept pushing his buttons. What? You guys don't like stand-up? You know what? Wait, when are alliance selections? You have me up here for this humiliation ritual. Huh? I was told to do this. Huh? Okay, cool. Huh? What? I'm running out of jokes.
Wait, hold on.
All right, hold up. Okay. You know what? It's fine. I have 55. Most of them aren't very funny.
Okay, hold on.
Oh. What did the robot have written on its gravestone? Rust in peace. Oh. Why was the robot tired when it got out of the car? It was a hard drive. What's a robot's favorite band? Metallica. Metallica, get it? Oh. What do you call a sad robot? A woe-bot. Somebody's excited. Woo! Oh. How do robots drive? They put their metal to the pedal. How much longer do we have? Really? Oh, I like talking loud into the mic. That helps with clarity. Okay. Huh? Well, I already started. I can't end midway through. All right. What's a robot's favorite country? What's a robot's favorite country? Botswana. What do you call a frozen ice cyborg? An iceborg. All right, final. We're done with the humiliation ritual. We're good for alliance selection now. Are we good now?
We've been given the green light.
All right, cool. All right, let me get the tablet up then.
Not to my knowledge. So they're all in there.
All right, cool.
So
Good to go. Just tell me where you're standing. Camera.
Wait, hold on. Okay.
Everyone already here from the pits. For the line selection.
I'm gonna make an announcement in the cafeteria to make sure everyone is.
All right, that's fine.
So just say we're starting here in like 3 to 5
Okay.
minutes.
Alliance 1, and I'll say the alliance, and then they come up, and then they pick a number, and I'll call them up. And all right, we're fine then. All right. All right. Can I stand? Okay. What do you mean? Okay. So wait, I start here. All right. Yeah, and then they just keep. All right. Cool.
We're gonna be over there.
Yeah.
You come up. Once they have the lines, tell them to walk that way, but you stay right here so that the cameras can stay right here.
All right. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. Yo, where are all the teams? All right. So do I ask the teams to come up now? Do I ask the teams to say representative?
Everyone's out of the cafe.
Cool.
Everyone's here.
Yeah.
All right, so I asked them to send up a representative now. All right, cool. All right, we're good for alliance selection, guys. Yay, alliance selection. Woo! All right. Okay, so from every single team, I would like a representative to come up and line up along this line. One representative. It's like the Hunger Games. All right. All right, so here's how we're going to do this, okay? I'm going to call up a team along this line. You're going to come up here, and then the line's going to get shorter, and I'm going to stay where I am, and you guys are just going to walk off into that direction. Is that fine with everybody?
Wait.
What do you mean? Oh, people go on. Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool. All right, everybody go down to that wall. Huh? Everybody go down it. Wait, they told me to have them line up, and that they would just. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. Okay. All right, everybody get down over to that wall. Never mind, no lines. Yeah, you can stay here. I assume you go back, and we just keep going.
Do we go that way after we pick the lines?
You stand where you are. You move down the line.
I move down the line?
Yeah.
All right, they told me to stay. Okay. So once I'm done with this one. All right, so first team we have is 6655 6Z. Who would you like to pick?
We would like to invite 80080X.
80080X. Do you accept or decline?
Graciously accept.
They accept. Woo! All right, the next team is 1511X, 1511X. Who would you like to pick?
We would like to invite team 2627E.
2627E.
We accept.
They accept. All right, next team, 47510S. Who would you like to pick?
66778X.
66778X. Do you accept or decline?
We accept.
They accept. Next team, 9636A. All right, who would you like to pick?
34716C.
34716C.
We accept.
They accept. Next team, 34716A. Who would you like to pick?
I would like to invite 6030B.
6030B. Do you accept or decline? They decline. What's your second choice? Five, 2, 4, 3, 0, C.
We humbly decline.
They decline.
All right, go for it.
6030M. Do you accept or decline? They accept.
M? Right here?
Next team, 52430C. Who would you like to pick? Oh.
52430D.
52430D. Do you accept or decline?
We accept. We accept.
They accept. 52430B. Who would you like to pick?
6030J.
6030J. Do you accept or decline?
We accept.
They accept. Yeah. This is the final alliance. 6030B. Who would you like to pick?
5, 2. Oh yeah. Sorry. 52430D.
52430D. Can't pick that one. Nine six three six C. Yo, why were you up in the... This one? Do you accept or decline?
We accept.
They accept. All right. Those are all of the 8 alliances we'll have today for going into the elimination rounds.
All right, alliances, please look at the screen behind you. Confirm that your alliance composition is correct. Make sure that the teams that are listed on the screen are correct. All alliances, please. If there is an issue, we need to rectify it now. Everyone good? All right, sounds good. Who's up first? You have the first alliance. That's not. It's not even finalized yet. All right, good luck, alliances. We'll have the match schedule generated soon here. And the Alliances 1 and 8 are going to be in quarterfinal 1. Alliances 4 and 5 are going to be in quarterfinal 2. And Alliances 2 and 7 are going to be in quarterfinal 3. You are all queuing on the field right now. Thank you.
Hey guys, the notebooks are up here. So if you could send a representative, even a parent, to grab these notebooks so you don't leave without them, it'd be great. Grab your notebooks.
I remember. All right, quarterfinals is going to be over here on field number 2. Quarterfinals is going to be over here on field number 2. All right, we're over here on field 2 for quarterfinals, first round of quarterfinals. All right, quarterfinals 1 in field 2. All right. For quarterfinals on the Red Alliance, we have 6655-6Z and 880X. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 6030B and 9636C. Red good, blue good, going into Auton. Auton in 3, 2, 1. Going to autonomous, 66, 55, 6Z goes, gets over that, all of that, goes over, goes to the long goal, goes in, 1, 2, 3, 4, puts 4 in. Other red bot takes the center and goes for the reload, goes to the long goal, 1, 2, puts 2 in, misses the other one, and that's the end of Auton. Red takes Auton. Now, going to drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. Going to autonomous here. Red already has a huge lead from that autonomous win. Now, what are they going to do with the rest of that? Now, the blue bot over here, that's the 60-30B on the Blue Alliance. They have a few in their intake right now, but they're unable to get to any of the long goals. While we took our eyes off of that, that's 66-55-6Z, Nameless. Managed to go in there, gets a very, very clean few goals, takes that center control, clean and reload, goes over to the center, puts it in, 1, 2, 3, 4, takes 4, goes to the bottom one, misses that bottom one, but that's okay. Pushes out the blue ones. Now, there's not a single blue block on any of the goals. Goes back, pushes it in, gets the center control. Now, the other red bot, that's the 880X nailed bot, is getting kind of stuck between the, that bot and the other bot. Now, this is the 9636C. 9636C and 880X on the Red Alliance, Blue Alliance. We're seeing a lot of clash between those two as Udiap tries to sort of maneuver it out, but he does manage to get himself out of that position. Go for a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 8 goals right there. 8 blocks on that long goal right there. The other one, we have 7 on the other one. Both of the Red Alliances currently have very strong control of that control bonus. 101 to 3 lead if that live scoring can be trusted. Last 30 seconds of the game here. We're going to do some basic analysis here, okay? It's very clear that the Blue Alliance isn't playing enough offense. The Red Alliance is able to very successfully, run away from their defense and keep avoiding it in the sort of, run and hide tactic. Now, we are seeing some more defensive gameplay from 60-30B, but that also means none of the goals goes in. They do try and make these offensive plays, but it's not successful. Last 5 seconds of the game here. Red has that center control bonus, pretty much uncontested reign over both of those long goals, and that is the end of quarterfinals. All right, moving things along here. We're going to go to field number 3 here for quarterfinals 2. On the Red Alliance, we have 9636A and 34716C. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 34716A and 6030M. Blue good, red good, going into Auton. Auton in 3, 2, 1. Going autonomous here with the other blue bot. Isn't really moving here, but neither are the red bots. 60-30M goes in, gets some in its intake, goes to the long goal, misses every single one of those long goals, but that's okay. Are they going to go for anything else? Looks like we're towards the end here, and Auto is a tie. Going into driver. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going to drivers here. Both teams are pretty tied right here. 34-7-16C on the Red Alliance goes in. Grabs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5 blocks right there in the long goal, and it gets that center control there, which is really beneficial to them, given that 60-30M and the other blue bot haven't really been able to get any offense down on them. Now, the other blue bot, that is the other red bot, the 9636A on the Red Alliance, has a few blocks in their intake. Now, they're going up to try and sweep out the blue blocks. Are they able to success? They actually end up knocking the Blue Alliance block back in to there. We're seeing a lot of clashing here between the 34-71-6C and the 60-30M. Red is pretty much uncontested on this goal. Blue has some ground on that one, but not quite as extensive as the way that the Red Alliance has, because Red Alliance does have that very solid center control bonus. Now, Red also has 2 blocks down in the bottom center, which is giving them that extra point that they need, which means they're really sort of mocking the blue when it comes to the sheer amount of blocks they have in goals. 60-30M tries to play an offensive move where they sweep out the blocks, but aren't really successful with that. Goes back in there, and since they do have 3 more in their intake, they manage to stick in 1 more block onto that long goal. but drop the other one. They still have one more. Are they going to be able to put it back? Red's doing some crazy defense on there. Somebody's rubber band goes flying here, and Red is able to successfully block him from taking, from putting any more blocks in. In fact, Red actually knocked off one of those blocks in that long goal, which is just continuing to make Blue's job harder and harder to do. 6030M has successfully, tried to put more blocks in their goals, but what's ended up happening is 6030M has wasted all of the blocks they had in intake. Now are going to have to go for the park in the last 7 seconds of the game, and will they be able to do that? I don't know if they're going to be able to get that park in, and this is the last 2 seconds, and that's the end of quarterfinals 2. All right, the results for quarterfinals 1 came out. They're on the board. It was 112-3 for the Red Alliance. Moving over here to your far left, this is quarterfinals 3 on field 1. Those aren't lined up. Our quarterfinals 3 on the Red Alliance, we have 1511X, and on the and 2627E, and on the Blue Alliance we have 52430B and 6030J. Blue good, red good, going into Auton. Auton in 3, 2, 1. All right, going to Auton here. 3060J goes for the bottom, misses both to the bottom. One of the blue bots manages to put in 1 on top. The other blue bot, the red bot's put in 2 on the bottom. 2627 puts 3 on there, gets that serum bonus, and 1 at the other long goal, and that is a Auton for red. Now going to drivers. Red gets auto. Going to drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going to driver here, 2627. He gets in that, ejects the 2 blue blocks they managed to pick up, picks up all of their red blocks, goes straight to the long goal. Are they going to be contesting 6030 J on the Blue Alliance is going in there. They're going for that hook. They're making it very difficult for just straight up pushes 6030 J out of the disrespect on that. 6030 J repositions, goes to the other side, tries to throw it a long goal right here. A lot of action over this long goal. Meanwhile, on the other long goal, the Red Alliance has pretty much uncontested reign over that one. They get the bonus control. They get the control bonus. They get 3 extra on the sides. Overall, there's just more red blocks than blue blocks on this field. 1511X on the Red Alliance is going around in circles, trying to put in a few more. They're trying to eject the blue block they have. They're just getting pushed around by the blue bot there. It looks like 6030J on the Blue Alliance has stopped moving. Don't know why. Right now, it's 2 red against that 1 blue, and it's not looking good for the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance currently has 1 block in a long goal and 1 block on a top. That just changed. Blue just put in 3. Gears are flying everywhere on the field. Somebody's bot is critically damaged. Now, 1511X on the Red Alliance is trying to contest 52-43-0B on the center goal. Goes for a 3-3 split right there. 3 blue, 3 red. A lot of clashing between these two. A red block falls out, but doesn't really matter given that the Red Alliance does have control over both of the control bonuses plus extra parts. Last 10 seconds of the game here. Red does a quick little move where they push out 2 more of the Blue Alliance's blocks. Don't think that's going to make too much of a difference given that they already have both of the control bonuses, and that's how quarterfinals 3 ends. All right, the results for quarterfinals 2 is on the board. It was 94-25 for the Red Alliance. This is quarterfinals 4 over here on field 2. On the Red Alliance, we have 47510S and 6677AX. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 52430C and 52430D. Blue good, red good going into Auton. Auton in 3, 2, 1. All right, going into Autonomous here, 24430D on the Blue Alliance, goes straight for the middle, misses the middle, just barely doesn't touch that line. 52430C on the Blue Alliance manages to put 2 in on the bottom and gets that little bit of control points. Now 47510S on the Red Alliance managed to get once in a long goal, but that isn't quite enough to balance out those 2. Blue takes Auton going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going in driver control here. A lot of clash between the red and the blue immediately over here. 52430C on the D on the Blue Alliance is really just going straight for those reloads. Gets a lot in the position. Goes straight for the bottom. Goes 4 on the bottom, 5 on the bottom now. But red does play a good piece of offense here. They get that control bonus, plus they get 3 extra. Now, red is immediately bring back that taking down that lead that blue had earlier, but blue is still fighting for that lead very hard. So a lot of clashing between 5230C and the 6677AX on the Red Alliance. Red goes for that reload, goes 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 of those are blue, but will they be able to eject them in time? Goes for the more reload that they put in 4 more on there, and 47S on the Red Alliance goes over there, picks up, has 3 in their intake. Now on this long goal, red has absolutely dominating that long goal, except blue goes for the sweep. Tragedy for the Red Alliance. Red still has that control, but the amount of actual blocks they have in that long goal is severely diminishing. And meanwhile, on the other long goal, same story. Red is just hanging on by a thread, and it goes flying off of the long goal. Now, going into the last 30 seconds of the game here, blue is really benefiting from that earlier control bonus, earlier bonus they got from the autonomous through the center. But red is able to get that lead in because they have that control bonus on one of the long goals. Blue hasn't really played that much offense when it comes to long goals this far. They've just focused on defense against red, and as we've seen time and time again, this just playing off of defense really fails when the push and pull techniques that when the push and push and pull techniques that offensive teams use just outscale that. Red goes, gets that control bonus, has 2 on that side, has 2 on the bottom end, 1 on top. Isn't quite enough to balance out, and as we end quarterfinals number 4. All right, the results for quarterfinals number 4 was a 43-39 for the Red Alliance. All right, we're here towards the far right for field 3 for semifinals 1. This is the first round of semifinals. On the Red Alliance, we have 66-55-6Z, Nameless, and 880X nailed. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 96-36A, Still Thinking, and 34-716C, Aromatic Titans. Blue good, red good, going into Auton. Auton in 3, 2, 1. Going into autonomous, 66-55-6Z goes in with that Auton again. Drops 2 of there, takes the long goal. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 immediately goes in, does the reload. The other red bot has missed. Both of the middle, top, middle, bottom. Isn't great, but it's okay. Puts in 3 over here, and that is the end of Auton. Red takes Auton, going into drivers. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. Red got a huge lead from taking both the 3 on the long goal, 3 on that side, and 2 on first center control. Now, 66-55-6Z is going to capitalize on that like they usually do. Immediately goes in, does fantastic offense immediately, puts in 6 to 7 red blocks, goes back in there, and now they're playing some defense against 34-7-6Z, not even letting them get a single goal in. 880X, the other red bot, is also playing some defense. Now, they're preventing the blue bot here from putting any more in, and they're going to go in to assess the 66-55-6Z and play defense while 66-55-6Z goes in and does the offense. Now, if you analyze both of the red teams here, Nameless has been a very offensive team. They like going for that last-minute sweeps. They love going in and immediately placing a lot. Their Auton is very, very offensive, while 880X Nailed has been very, very defensive thus far. They're the only team that's really given 66-555-6Z. They run for their money when it comes to defense. Now, Red does have control over the control bonus, and they have 4 extra. Tragedy for Red, though, is Blue goes in and sweeps it out. However, that's not going to matter in the long run, given that Red now has control over top, middle, and they have that bonus from that center. We're going into the last few seconds of the game here now. Red still has that control bonus, right? Now, the Nameless bot is a lot lighter than the other one. Somebody's track goes flying off. That's really going to impair their movement. Now, the blue bot sweeps it out. Tragedy for Blue, not letting them get a single point. And we're in the last 15 seconds of the game, and Blue has lost almost all of their offensive capabilities. Red goes in, still has a lot. Blue tries to mimic the same move and sweep out a few much, but they're much less successful. 800 AX goes to the park, and that's the end of semifinals 1. All right, this is semifinals 2 over here in field 1. All right, on the Red Alliance, we have 1511X Nexus and 2627E Demotorized. And on the Blue Alliance, we have 47510S Quasar and 6677AX Access.
Oh, these, okay, those are the ones in this crop.
If I had a nickel every time,
Thank you for pointing that out.
All right, blue ready, red ready, going into Auton. Auton in 3, 2, 1. Going into autonomous. 2627E goes in, gets a few. Go over there, goes to the center, puts 2 in the center. Other red bot puts in 3. Beautiful Auton. Goes, grabs that, goes in, goes for the long goal. Red also goes, misses those long goals. 1511X managed to put 1 in, gets the center control, and that's the end of Auton. Red takes Auton bonus, going into driver control. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. All right, going to driver control here. 2627E on the Red Alliance goes, gets the reload, ejects the blue bot they have. Now 6677-8X immediately tries to go in for that block, see if they can stop him. But 2627E on the Red Alliance goes in for the sweep, it looks like. But it's the defense on here isn't 100% effective because they aren't able to get that sweep in. Now, Red still has that lead because of the early Auton bonus and also because they have that control bonus in the center of that long goal. Now, blue is overloading this part now, but red goes and sweeps out. Tragedy for the blue is that the majority of their blocks just goes flying out. Red takes that control bonus for the center. Red still has the control in the center right there, up and bottom, and red does have that. But blue has managed to... Blue does the same trick right here. Blue takes a center control bonus, and they sweep out the blue. But 1511X won't let that happen, and they put 2 of their own blocks right there. Red has lost that control bonus through their own sweeping, but they just got it back. Sweeps out Blue's own block. Blue is just happy and content with just sitting there and just letting them keep blocking it out. It's not looking very good for the red team, given that red only has 2 in the control bonus. Their control bonuses are very easily just equaled out here, and blue has more blocks on the field than they do right now. Blue managed to get 2 on the top. Don't have any on the bottom, but that's fine. Managed to take half on the center control bonus. Manages to go over. A lot of the conflict we're seeing are between the red and blue bots over this long goal here and trying to see who can get their in. Red managed to sweeps out one of them in, but will red be able to get anything back down here in the last few seconds of the game here? Red's trying to go for a last ditch effort and pushing that out. Pushes a few red back out. Blue takes the lead, and that's how semifinals 2 ends in the last few seconds of that game. We're over here in the finals. We're in the finals here in Mechanical Mania. On the Red Alliance, we have 66, 55, 6Z Nameless, and 880X Nailed. And challenging them in the Blue Alliance is 1511X Nexus and 2627E Demotorized. Red good, blue good, going into Auton. Auton in 3, 2, 1. Going to autonomous here, 66, 55Z immediately goes in, grabs those blocks, goes in, goes to the long goal, takes that long goal. 1, 2, 3. Goes for the third one, goes over there. Red takes that top center, goes over, reloads, misses that, and tragedy for them is that they miss. Blue Nexus also misses, which means Red takes auto. Drivers? All right, going to driver control. Drivers in 3, 2, 1. Going to drivers. Red has that tiny bit of a reaction time from 880X. Wasn't all that great, though. Goes in, just really farming, looking for those blocks. 60, they're immediately ganging up on the Red Alliance 6655Z. Now, 6655Z has been a very aggressive team, and for some reason, they're driving into the wall, getting pinned down. Goes in, still. Red is able to take that control bonus because 6655Z goes in aggressively, knocks out the blue goals right on top of there, takes that shot. Blue still has bottom, but it's not quite enough. 1511X on the blue alliance goes in, tries to take some more. Red goes in one more, takes that control zone, has 2, and they have 5 in the center, and they have 8 on that other long goal, plus they have the center control for that one. 6655Z on the Red Alliance goes in, takes that reload. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 goes in. Now, blue is trying to go for the sweep. Now, 6655Z on the Red Alliance. Nameless goes in. Sweep goes in. Sweep is failing. Red still is able to. Tragedy for the Red Alliance. Red Alliance box goes flying out of their goal. Immediately subtraction for that. Now, Red still has that extra bit of a bonus from it. We're seeing some of the tensest gameplay so far in the last 30 seconds of the game as we're heading into late game. Let's see how this is playing out here. Tied on the bottom control zone. Red is taking top control zone. Red has control over the other long goal, and blue is trying to take accountability of that. Tragedy for the Red team. The Red Alliance loses in the last 20 seconds of the game. Goes over there. It is tragedy. Last few seconds for the Red Alliance. Last few seconds for the Blue Alliance here. Red managed to put one more in, and that is the end of finals match 1. All right, that was a very close round here. Now, Red did end up taking the middle control zone. Blue has a control zone on both of these long goals. They're pretty much uncontested on those long goals. Let's take a look at the score here. This is very, very close. Very, very close finals match here. Blue is pretty much uncontested on this long goal. Pretty much uncontested on that one. But that Auton bonus plus that little bit there on that center might be enough. In the last few seconds there, 880X manages to put in that over there. And let's see how this goes. Sure, whatever. Wait, hold up. Don't publish the scores yet. Okay. They already know. Do it now. But I don't know how to enter it. Where's the result? Can you just, this? Right here? Alright. The results for finals was a 42-34 for the Red Alliance. Congratulations to Nameless and Nailed for winning this tournament. Finals ultimately came down to an 8-point difference, lost in the last few seconds of the round. All right, teams. We're gonna need to go to your pits and check if you guys have any labeled blocks. We're looking for labeled blocks in your pits, so teams, go check that real quick. All right, we found the blocks. We're all good. Is everybody ready for awards? Woo! Oh, that didn't sound. Oh, that was exciting. Alrighty, I have the list of awards here, and we're gonna go through them one by one. Yeah, get hyped! Alrighty. All right, the first one is going to be the Judges Award. The Judges Award is presented to a team that is deserving of a special recognition. Judges consider several criteria for this award, including exemplary effort and perseverance at the event, team's accomplishments, or other attributes that may not fall under existing awards categories. And this award is presented to team number 66778X Axis from Pine, Arizona. If you guys are here, you know, get an award here. All right, do I just move on? All right, cool. The next award is the Innovate Award. The Innovate Award is presented to a team that develops and documents a unique or uncommon aspect in their team's design or gameplay strategy. This team self-identified this aspect for the judges and has documented this aspect in their engineering notebook. The team has utilized independent inquiry to explore and develop this aspect from its initial conception through its current implementation. And the Innovate Award is presented to Team 6030J, Jesters from Arizona College Prep High School, Chandler, Arizona. Do I hand them the... Here you guys go. Thank you. You guys want to take a photo? Alrighty. Oh, all right, we're good for the next award here. All right. The next award is the Robo Skills Champion. The Robot Skills Champion Award is presented to the team that has earned the highest combined driving skills challenge scores and autonomous coding skill challenge score. And the Robot Skill Champion Award is presented to team number 2627E Demotorized from Demotorized Robotics, Scottsdale, Arizona. Here you guys go. If you guys want to... All right, get out the way, bro. Lock in. Lock in. All right. Woo, good job. All right, you can come back. All right, cool. All right. The next award is the Design Award. The Design Award is presented to a team that demonstrates the most organized and professional approach to the design project, process project, and time management and team organization. This team's engineering notebook provides clear and complete documentation of the team's robot design process and development of their game strategy. The winning team also demonstrates effective communication skills and teamwork. The Design Award is presented to team number 880X Nailed Private Team from Gilbert, Arizona. Next one is going to be the Tournament Champion. The Tournament Champions are the two-team alliance who finished first place after the elimination matches. The Tournament Champion Award is presented to Team 66556Z Nameless from Mesa, Arizona, and Team number 880X Nailed from Gilbert, Arizona.
Can I hold it? All of us hold it.
There's two.
Udi, I'll hold it. Udi, you got it.
I'm gonna just... One second, I'm gonna get out. And last but not least is the Excellence Award. The Excellence Award is presented to a team that exemplifies high-quality competitive robotic program and the ethos of the REC Foundation. The Excellence Award recognizes a team's ability to document and explain their engineering design process via the engineering notebook and team interview. The team also demonstrates outstanding competition performance by being among the top-performing teams at the event. This team is a strong contender in numerous award categories and exemplifies dedication, devotion, hard work, and teamwork. This team is committed to quality in everything they do, and the Excellence Award is presented to team number 47510S Quasar from Robotics Edge, Chandler, Arizona. just say like a closing thing? Yeah. Sorry. Close it up. And with that, we conclude the Mechanical Mania at Arizona College Prep Academy. Thanks for everybody coming out here and watching us, all these robotics teams compete. Let's give a big round of applause to the competitors and for our wonderful tech staff who has been running everything behind the scenes, for the volunteers who came out here on Saturday and Friday night to run this. And thanks everybody for coming out here. Have a safe night.